Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today is my very special guest, Cress.
Hello, everybody. How you doing?
Hi, good. How are you?
Doing pretty good now that I'm off work.
That's fantastic. You are owner or part owner, runner, showrunner, whatever, of Kitchener Comic-Con.
Yipper.
Which I was very pleased to attend earlier this year. Want to get that out there, that there's nothing shady happening. This is all part of the plan of Kitchener.
On the whole grand plan.
Yes.
We canceled all the conventions in North America just because.
That was rude. You should have warned everybody that everyone else was going to get canceled, so they had to come to your show.
Well, we did warn them, but they just didn't listen. And like every other convention tried to stop us, and saw how that turned out. So Thanos snapped it out of existence.
So we're here tonight to do a couple things. The first part of the show is going to be me and Cress talking about Cress's interview with Ron Toye, which happened just the other day. We're going to talk about that for a little bit. Then I will dismiss Cress from the show, and I will go on to read Ron Toye's farm posting on the Kiwi farms. I will also show you the last, I believe I can still pull them up, the last messages that Ron sent me on Twitter before getting his Twitter account thrown into the frickin' sun. So I will show you guys that as well. This is what I will be drinking for the Toye posting. This is an 8-year Lagavulin, which my understanding is it tastes just as much smoky and fiery as the 16-year, but it doesn't have the advantage of having mellowed for those extra 8 years. So it's just it's like smoldering lava. So that should be fun, and I'm going to ruin my entire night from it. But before we jump into the interview portion, can I ask, are you guys still closed down up in Kitchener? Like, is the city?
Most of the stuff is still closed down here, yeah. Like now they've extended a lot of it until the end of June. We're just like starting to open up like restaurants and stuff here and there, but basically anything that the Premier Doug Ford and his family wants to do, like horse riding and gardening, those things are open, but everything else is locked down. Can
you get him to open Asian dress shops? Like, can Governor Ford or whatever he is, can Ford get into Asian dresses or something? Because while we were up there, Lady Rackets and I went shopping, and I bought her this beautiful dress, and they had to tailor it and alter it a little bit, but I don't get it because they're closed.
Oh no.
It's still sitting there. I'm like, I want this dress. It was not cheap. And I need them to send it to me. So if you could get that done, I would. If you could make Governor Ford get into Asian dresses, literally into them, and then decide to open up the Asian dress shop, so I can.
I'll write him a very Canadian letter.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And just so we're clear, the dress that we bought was not like an Asian theme or style. It's just the shop was fraught with Asian apparel. I think it's called like Hong Kong apparel or something.
Yeah, it's Hong Kong apparel.
They had a shockingly nice dress section, and they did the in-house alterations and stuff. It was great. It was
so crazy.
Great store. But now I want to have the dress that I paid for.
That's always good.
Yes. Okay, so I guess let's just start into this. How was your conversation with Ron? Now, I will be frank. I watched most of it live. Mm-hmm. I was there in the chat, although I was not participating in the chat. I didn't want to throw anything off, like have Ron go, "Oh, look, there he is," or anything like that, because I that's not my place.
Yeah.
So how was that?
It was different. Like I honestly wasn't even expecting him to come on. Like I thought he was just going to MBA us, honestly, and just say that he was going to come on and then didn't. But I was really shocked when he actually did show up. So I didn't have any questions prepared. It was kind of all off the cuff and stuff that I had in the back of my mind that I wanted to ask, and a couple things that were on the fly. And but yeah, I honestly was shocked with how candid he was with certain questions.
Sure. So what like stood out to you from that interview?
Well, I think what stood out most is that a lot of the admissions that he made throughout it. I think that a lot of the stuff that he was talking about, a lot of the stuff that he was admitting to, and just basically saying like this stuff like makes me mad. This stuff I don't support. This stuff hurts me. And it's all stuff that he's done to Vic, like all stuff that he supported. And
yeah, those admissions were very interesting to me as well. The whole I loved that he wanted Vic to apologize for the actions of everybody else. I found that to be just joyful that as a condition of settlement, for example, was one of his.
Yeah.
You guys were talking about settlement a little bit, and his condition of settlement was that Vic would have to apologize for all of the mean things people said about Monica, specifically from me. Which, I mean, I don't understand that logic in any way from the get-go, but like what does that have to do with what is at issue in the lawsuit? And how does he expect Vic to do that? Were questions that were just like screaming in my mind. Like what?
And if you watch the replay of him answering that question, you can tell as he's saying it, he realizes how stupid it sounds.
Well, like, I wanna remind people that in the email exchange that they had with Chuck Huber, where Chuck wrote on his own. I want to point that out. That was not like Vic's team got together and wrote down this ridiculous apology script. Chuck wrote on his own this apology from Vic, and he wrote one for Jamie Markey, and he wrote one for Monica. I don't think he wrote one for Funimation. He figured he would let their corporate entities do it. But they rejected his letters, right? They rejected his letter that he wrote for them, but they accepted the one that Vic wrote, but said there was no way that they would do it. And then they further rejected the offer, saying that not only would Vic have to apologize, I would have to apologize. Like that, not that even Vic would have to apologize on my behalf. And I think Ron did a little bit of revisionist history in his brain there. Thought, well, I'd want Vic to apologize. No, Ron. You wanted him to somehow make me apologize. And I am not Canadian. I don't do that very easily. So it was a mess.
That was this honestly like one of the strangest things, because as he was saying it, he's like, well, I want Vic to apologize for things, and he may not have approved saying it, but I want him to. It's just like, what are you talking about? I think that's the first time he's actually said it out loud, and he realized how stupid it sounded coming out of his mouth.
There was a lot of that going around on the stream, I found. Yeah. But the other things that were striking to me were his admissions about just, and this is going to come up on the farm posting as well, but his routine admissions that they didn't actually have and still don't have anything solid about Vic actually doing something to someone in a nasty way. The closest they come, of course, is Monica's story.
Yeah. And
so did any of that kind of stand out to you, or do you have any additional, I guess, sort of input on that front? The sort of admissions about, I guess, acknowledgments of what they were doing versus reality.
Well, and he flat out even admits in one of his sidetracks that and this is completely unprovoked. This is just him talking and going on tangents. And one of his tangents, he completely admits that it's not about the way that he treated fans. It's not about the way that he interacted with fans. He said that's not what it's about. They're like, I mean, what really was it about? And then I asked him again, like, when did you find out about this? Have you known for a while? Because he said that he's had like he's heard stories before, etc. And he fully admits that the just before the lawsuit dropped was the first time that he heard about it. And
Right.
like his
And
reaction
it being
was emotional.
His interaction with Monica.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so put yourselves in Ron's shoes for just a minute here, guys. I know that's hard because I assume those shoes are tiny. But put yourself in those shoes for a minute and think about the idea that you have been romantically involved with someone for 12 years. No, 6 years. 12 years. What is going on there?
Yeah, 6 years.
6 years at the time that the lawsuit is dropping. And you don't know an absolutely critical. I can see my voice lighting up in your ear, and that's creeping me out. You don't know an absolutely critical aspect of this person's sexual history. And now I'm not saying you need to have the roster conversation, although you maybe should or whatever to know. But and I don't know how much you can comment on this, but my experience with sexual assault or sexual abuse victims is that trauma lingers in and it invades people's lives in very, very visceral ways and sometimes in very intimate moments. So if you have someone who's a sexual assault victim and you touch them in a way that triggers that memory, that could be a chilling effect on everything that may be going on. And that's not even just sexual. I mean, that could be like you grab their arm in a certain way at a specific point and it can shut a person down.
Absolutely.
And so for 6 years, Ron has allegedly been in some level of romantic involvement with Monica, but never, ever has this alleged assault come out, and I mean, the alleged assault is basically a forceful grab and forceful kissing and then climbing on top. Now, I believe none of that occurred personally. Yeah. But that's the story. And that should, if it was so traumatic, it should manifest in some ways in their interactions, I would think. But who am I? I don't know what they do.
No, I completely agree. And like, as for myself, like, my assault, because I talked about it on stream and I talked about it with Tug a little bit as well. My assault, I wasn't conscious for. Like, I remember having a drink with this person, just one drink, getting very sick, passing out, and waking up in the bed with them the next morning.
Sure.
And so like I from that, like, I don't like drinking around my partners or people that I'm intimate with for that reason.
Right.
But I've had partners who've gone through sexual assault, and they tell me, like, you know, this specific thing triggers me, please avoid doing that. Or like this happened, you know. It's something you tell, and that's something that comes up in the course of a regular relationship.
Cress, I just need to let you know, as part of our relationship, that you can never have a line longer than me at a convention, because one of my former partners, his line was always so much longer than mine. At least Ron's in no danger of having a. Actually, you know, I'd be curious if Ron actually could pull a bigger line than Monica these days. I mean, that would be,
at this point, I think he might.
It's kind of embarrassing for old Ronald there. Did you ask him if his name was in fact Ronald?
No, unfortunately. I was just going by what he put in, and he put Ron Toy in the chat. So yeah,
he did. Okay, so what? I guess what else stuck out to you about the interview? What else kind of caught your attention?
I really found it interesting how he was nonchalant about a lot of stuff. Like kind of dissecting him a little bit, because I don't have a PhD or anything like that, but sure, kind of dissecting him a little bit. It was really, really interesting to see how dismissive he was about the things that he did wrong and the tangents that he went on, kind of coming to conclusions as he was talking. Right. And it does seem to be like a lot of this stuff is internalized, and he might be lashing out at certain things that he might not like about himself, and that's seems to be a motivating factor about why he did what he did with Vic. So
yeah, I thought I think that's very interesting, because I do he did freely admit that his response was emotional and visceral, and that of course is evident from any look at the sheer volume of messages. And one thing that was really interesting that his lawyers wish he wouldn't have said was, you asked if he would do it all over again, would he do it the same way? And he said no. He said no. This is no. I would not do it the same way. And did he give a reason for that? I don't remember much explanation, but I might just not be remembering.
He quickly tried to turn it around and say that he stood by what he said, but he wouldn't have engaged people because he found out the way that Twitter works and et cetera, et cetera. But honestly, when you look at that situation from the perspective of what it was, if he did not tweet 500 times, would that situation have blown up as much as it did? Absolutely not.
In fact, the whole thing, and this was actually really annoying. He said they didn't promote the Kick Vic and they didn't use Kick Vic or any of that stuff. They were staying out of the hashtags, but that is frankly untrue. Monica retweeted the Kick Vic, the initial Mars Girl Kick Vic thing, and then of course I believe that he even used Kick Vic in several tweets throughout this endeavor. Now I don't have them off the top of my head, and people are free to go through and correct me, but I'm pretty sure I've seen a Kick Vic or two hashtag in there. And to suggest that he wasn't involved in the hashtag war would be akin to me saying that just because I don't know if I've ever personally used the hashtag ISWV, right? I stand with Vic. I may have, I may not have. I'm not gonna come out here and say I never have, but it would be as ridiculous as me saying I have no affiliation with I Stand with Vic. I'm at least tangentially related to it. I obviously support the position, whether or not the hashtag is involved, and it would be silly to suggest that there's no correlation there. And I think he was trying to distance himself from stuff that not only is he affiliated with, was certainly for a while probably, I think if he were pressed on this and we're being honest, he would admit that he was the figurehead of Kick Vic. Like, and that was his goal, was to be the sheepdog, as he stated in his deposition, that he was going to take the attention off of Monica, put it on himself, since women aren't strong enough to deal with it. Only manlets and wife beaters are.
And funny you bring that point up, because we did actually touch on that on the interview a little bit, because I did state, it seemed to be that he was like putting himself front and center. He was the figurehead against, and Vic being the figurehead on the other side. And he agreed to that. That was part of the interview. So like he definitely did see that he was like more so put in the forefront because Monica was stepping in the background. She wasn't rising up to it, and he was rising up to everything.
Yeah, and that was that. Like you don't have to accept responsibility for the actions of the others, right? Like Ron isn't in charge, and I think that was something that you mentioned when he brought up me having to apologize for me and other actions. Like, well, do you have to apologize for? You didn't name names, but Jennifer Hunt, for example, would be one where, I mean, they have taken a legit psychopath and they have weaponized and utilized the nonsense that comes out of that thing's orifice. I don't know if it's even a mouth anymore. It's just like a loudspeaker attached to a keyboard.
It's just a maw.
But they, and not only that, they actually took an affidavit from that thing, which is a serial liar, and they ran with it. Speaking of which, did you talk about the affidavits? I don't remember specifically, and I'm transposing stuff I've read on the Kiwi Farms comments, so I didn't know if you got into he likes to bring them up. So I didn't know if you guys got into that.
Yeah, no, he never brought them up, and we didn't either. I know the crux of the reason that I had him on for the interview was mostly to talk about his current behavior and correlate his past behavior and kind of tie it all in together. I didn't want to get into super duper specifics, like partly because it's been talked to death. And
right.
like there's a lawsuit going on, and I'm not a judge, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to be educated enough to talk about that. Mm-hmm. But I can talk to him about his behavior and try and get him to realize that the stuff that's happening to him is stuff that he's employed and stuff that he's done to other people. Like at one point I said to him, like, you realize that Vic wouldn't do this to you. Like he wouldn't send people after you. And he even agreed. Like, he's like, yeah, I know. And then on the flip side, because he was upset that somehow by having a cigar with you and Ty, that meant that he was approving of you going after him.
Well, to be fair to Ron, during that cigar that we had at Matsuri, Vic actually personally okayed my next 2,300 tweets. I had them all queued up on my phone, just ready to hit submit, and I was like, okay, Vic, what about this one? He was like, yeah, that's okay. Oh, all right. I love it. It's great. That's what was going on at Matsuri. That's what we spent the entire time doing, was actually just talking about tweets. And also I would write down, because that's what I do. Everybody knows this. I write down one-liners. I don't just drink a lot and start screaming. I write down all of the one-liners. And so I was reading to him all of the one-liners, and he would laugh, like he does, like, oh, that's funny. That was the entire week of Matsuri. And we needed a whole week because just the couple days of the convention was not enough. So
no, I believe it.
To be fair to Ron, that's what we were doing.
But like, you literally have him okaying people like Greg Doucette and Renfamous and like everybody associated with her to come after people on like up for his support and come after him directly, call him heinous things. You have, and he's mad because you had cigars with him, and somehow I don't know. And he even admitted that was a bit of a stretch, right? Like, he's just kind of like, yeah, I know he wouldn't do that. Like, I don't know what to say at that point. Like, it's more so of like, it seemed like what Ron did back then was instinct. He was doing it kind of like as a knee-jerk reaction to what he heard. He doesn't really have a way to justify it now, and he just doesn't know how to admit that he's wrong.
Yeah, it's I don't even know. Like you said, right? I don't have a PhD in this. But you can just see, the cognitive dissonance going on in Ron, the lack of awareness that what he's doing is what he's complaining about. I genuinely think that Ron is an abuser, and that kind of clouds his ability. I don't know if he has trouble empathizing. I'm not sure if that's the source of the abuse. I just got a message on Twitter, and I apologize. I don't normally take messages, but I got a message from the Kiwi farmer known as Ken Jennings, who wrote down, he did the breakdown, the mental breakdown of Ron, and he did one for Monica as well.
I heard about that. Yeah,
so he's going to join the stream a little bit later when we're done.
Perfect. Happy to hear his opinion.
So that'll be interesting. He'll help me with the Kiwi Farms posting, I think. So that'll be great. But I think that his abuse and just my minor experience with abusers is that they are able to rationalize away or even flat out ignore their own behavior while crying foul on the rest of the world, which only leads them to further abusive tendency, because it's like, okay, why is the world so cruel to me? Now I must lash out at it. And that's a mess.
And I've dealt with, like, I've been in management for many years. I've been in a bunch of different positions where I've dealt with like people who are legitimate psychopaths, legitimate sociopaths. And like when I saw what Ron, and this is what led me to reach out to him, when I saw him start commenting on Come Geek Some's videos, I knew that he was looking to talk, because he just needs to talk. He has to. So I immediately reached out to him at that point, before he even went on the farms, from what I understand. I reached out to him and confirmed an interview at that point, and then he went onto the farms and did all this stuff on there, and then he came onto my show. And I don't know if he's ever been on the farm since then. I think he's been on hiatus. But the interesting part is, I don't know if Ron is a closet case sociopath or psychopath. I think a lot of this stuff is learned behavior. And again, like, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a PhD. I'm layman as fuck when it comes to this. But
are you layman Russ?
Nearly.
Sorry.
I'm layman as fuck when it comes to this. But I think it's learned behavior, because he went into this big side arc about talking about his childhood and how he was abused and everything else like that, and how he carries that not resentment from his father or his parents, but he seems to have something there. And it was very interesting, because he's applied that going forward. And now, like, I'm not the best person to talk about great childhood, because I didn't have a great childhood. Like, I mean, I grew up in a house with discipline, and I had every excuse to turn out, like, to use every excuse in the book to cover my failures as I was growing up. But the point is when you're growing up in that situation, you have a choice. You have a choice to either take those excuses and use them to, excuse away responsibility, or you can take responsibility and you can break that chain and you can make your own way and succeed in spite of that. And so, like, I like to think that myself and my sisters succeeded in spite of the way that we were raised. And I think that Ron has given into that perpetual chain, that because he was just explaining it. I don't blame my parents, because that was the way that happened back then, and their parents did it and their parents did it. So
yeah, I think I mean, there are legit issues created by abusive childhoods, bad childhoods, however you want to classify them. I know Ron has gone out to justify some of his behavior with, or not even, I don't know if I want to use the word justify, that may not be fair, but it is. But he attempts to mitigate. Well, let's put it that way. He attempts to mitigate his behavior with discussions about, how woe is me, his nasty childhood was. But the problem is that people who were abused, sure, they can manifest different things. I think a really weird manifestation is an obsessive need to comment about one guy's particular life that you just happen to not like for reasons. And I still don't even get, this is the one thing I'm still lacking. I don't understand why, and this is, I don't know how we get this answer. Jamie Markey and Monica Rial jumped into this mess when they did. I don't get the why. I don't understand it. It's almost like they were running Shield for Jesse Pridemore, based on the timing of things. What said, I've been pretending for a decade to be this guy's friend, but now it stops. And then to go hard in the paint on it with these very specific stories.
Yeah.
And then Ron, I mean, Ron's why is he's an idiot, and he was simp shielding Monica or whatever. Like, that's the thing. My significant other's under attack. I must, instead of attacking the people attacking her, I must attack Vic.
Yeah.
Because she's being attacked, which didn't make any real sense. But that's kind of what he did. But that's the one thing I really want to know out of these people is why then, and why in the way that you did. And especially because Ron, I wouldn't have done it in the same way. Well, we all know you wouldn't have done it in the same way. The way you did it got you sued. And if you truly believed in what you did, you would suggest that the lawsuit is worth it. And I know he's tried to say that in a couple ways, but I don't buy it. because I don't think they would trade a year of what they've been going through for their comments if they could do it over. Otherwise, they'd say yes in a heartbeat. We'd say the same things because we believe it, blah 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 blah. But he strays away from that. I don't know. Did you have any thoughts on that rambling mess that I just unleashed?
No, I agree with a lot of it. I will say that I think what Ron needs to understand is exactly what he's lashing out against, because it's very easy to explain why Marchie's part of it, because she's backing up her friend. She said as much.
But what friend is she backing up?
Well, she said she's backing up Monica.
But didn't Marchie's story? Yeah, I know she did the ride or die thing, but her initial story, didn't hers come out before Monica's?
No, I don't think so.
I felt like it did. I felt like hers came out at the same time roughly as Pridemore's, but maybe not. It's been so long and so much has happened. So if I'm jumbling the timeline, my humblest apologies.
As far as I understand, Han Leo was the first one to comment about the entire thing, like misquoting who it was. And then people were trashing stuff like that. And I don't know who came out after that. And then Monica said, you need to stop harassing. It happened to me as well. And then everything else kind of poured out from there. I do think that Ron is lashing out at Vic because like Vic is like a figure that he's never going to be, right?
Yeah.
It's something that he wishes he could be. It's something that he's never going to be. And I think part of that as well potentially involved something with Monica. And again, this is complete speculation. I haven't talked to Vic about this. I haven't talked to Monica about this, obviously. But no one knows what the heck happened in that story to make that stuff happen. But obviously Ron's upset about something in there. Potentially he believes something happened. And he seems to be putting his insecurities and attacking his securities by putting them on Vic and going after him.
Well, if you want, I could give you a brief summary of what I'm pretty sure didn't happen that night.
Everything that Monica said?
Yeah, there was a nice summary provided on Twitter. All right. Well, I thought the interview was good. I think people are you tried to give Ron advice, and I think people may have taken that as sort of you sticking up for Ron when he didn't deserve it, or not being tough enough on Ron. I think that's one. I think it's a little bit unfair because I don't think it's your job to come in and slap Ron down in that way. But two, having met you, that's not like the personality I get from you at all. But did you want to comment anything about kind of what your strategy was going into? You mentioned you didn't think he was going to come on, so you weren't as prepped question wise. But what, as you're formulating questions and talking to him, what's running through your head? What's your goal in that?
Well, I'll start from ground zero. Like when I saw that Ron was commenting on Come Geek Sum's videos, I knew that I had a very, very short time period before he was going to get on someone's show. Somebody was going to snap him up. Somebody was going to say something. So I knew that the time bomb was ticking. So I did, like, flat out, I didn't get Vic's permission. I didn't tell Vic at all.
It's not really his business. It's
not really his business, but I do consider him a friend. He considers me a friend, but like I already know that his answer would be absolutely no effing way. Don't talk to him. What are you even doing? I knew that what his answer was going to be beforehand. So like I didn't want to bother him. I also didn't want it to seem like he sent me after Ron to get this information, because that's not the case at all. But I didn't ask anybody's permission to do it. I did it on my own, and I knew there was like a very limited time frame before he was going to get on to talk to somebody, and I trusted myself to be able to hold an objective interview, because like I put my journalism to work there. Like, as much as I have a negative opinion about Ron and what he's done, I can put my emotion aside and I can ask questions objectively without having to like bust his skull in. And I also knew that if I was too hard on him, then he would run away and he would just clam up, and we probably would never get anything that we got out of the interview.
Yeah, and I think it was good. And just for the record, some people have asked me if I'll have Ron on the show. One, I would not have Ron on the show during the pendency of the lawsuit. I just will not, because that would be too ripe for some sort of accusation. So no is the main answer. But the other answer to that is I would not be able to resist making jokes at Ron's expense the entire time. And I don't, at some point maybe I will be able to, but I would ruin the interview by just making fun of him. And that's not why I bring people on. Like, I don't bring people on to do that, because that I think might actually cross the line into actually being a dick to someone. Is you're being a dick to them rather than just having a laugh at their expense, which no one's ever forced to watch someone else laugh at you. And if people laugh at you somewhere that you're not watching, who cares? Ultimately, that's an okay thing. And by the way, people are sorry to ruin your life, chat. There are people out there who you've met laughing about you somewhere at some point in time, and that's fine, as long as they're not ruining your life or being rude to your face. Those two things, that's where we draw polite society. And so no, I think you did great in the interview. If you've got just a couple minutes, there's some specific super chats for you that I'd like to read.
For sure. Absolutely.
And then we'll move along here. So Some Nobody says, "Hey Cress, how the hell are you? Good to see you." Thumbs up. The next one was a question for Cress from Joey Jojo. It says, "How do you feel about speedrunning and the speedrunning community?"
I watch a lot of speedrunners. I don't have the skill to do that. I'm effing terrible.
So I'm guessing you're not going to go to SGDQ or AGDQ.
Like, I'd watch it. I probably wouldn't go. But
gotcha.
For the people out there that watch it, Orb, they'll know they know what I'm talking about.
That's weird as shit. I have no idea what that is. JCF Data says, "Hey Cress, nice to see you. As we chatted on the weekend, think you did that call with Ron perfectly. Nick finally got slow down and work to watch live. Hope everyone is doing well." Hey JCF Data, glad you get to take a moment. Thanks for popping in. Also, Perception Check says Marky's story dropped right after the Facebook leaks. People looking to Photoshop and falsifying evidence. And Monica had alluded to an incident, and the backlash swelled with a combination of the leaks and Monica giving no details. So thank you for clarifying that for me, Perception Check. So, all right. Well, I think those are my questions. Like I said, I thought you did a great job on the interview. I don't think it would have been a good interview if you had just gone on and been like, so how many remotes do you actually have in that girdle holster? Ronaldia.
And I'll leave it to people who can roast better than I can, because I mean, you saw my roasting skills in person; they weren't that great. So,
roasting I'm not good at it either. I'm good at actually making fun of people, but I'm not good at roasting people I like very well. Like on the Dick Masterson roast, I was like, "Oh, you're supposed to write this down? I better start drinking more." So it was not good. It was not good. One more. Jack Riley says, "Does Cress have any advice for someone looking to start a convention?"
Yes. Start small. Honestly, if you want to start a convention, hold a picnic, build a community, build people that really enjoy what you do. Get people out there, get people excited. Do small stuff. Don't think big until you have that groundswell behind you, because honestly, that's the hardest thing to do, is build a community and get people to support you.
Counterpoint, become a totalitarian dictator, and then you can have whatever convention you want, and you will have guaranteed attendees. So
exactly.
That's a good
just
way
mandate
to do
it. Mandate they have to go.
So, all right. Well, thank you so much for joining me and discussing this. Always a pleasure. I hope you guys are knee deep in planning Kitchener 2021.
Absolutely are.
So we'll be looking forward to seeing what you guys have at that show. Anything that you wanted to plug or say before you peace out?
Well, if you haven't checked us out, the stream that Ron was on, obviously, it's my new show. It's Knuckleheads. We try to go every Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern time for a couple hours, just kind of chat and just shoot the shit whenever else. And this weekend we're going to be talking about Anime North, so better tune into that. It'll be spicy.
Oh yeah, you guys you are friends of the Anime North, best friends.
Oh yeah, they love us. They absolutely they're best friends. We're on the phone with them right now. They're just talking all the time.
Oh, someone's asking what headphones you have.
These are like Dodo Cool or something like that, or Dr. Cool or something. I don't know. They're relatively cheap. I just got them on Amazon. I really like them.
Okay.
USB
the light
headphone.
up. Me seeing the light up every time that you hear my voice that's eerie.
That's so weird. I honestly didn't
strange.
realize it until like the other day when I like turned my head when I was on camera. I'm like, wow, that's actually really cool.
What's the channel again? People are asking. Although Angry Baneling is linking it in the streams, and if you DM it to me, I'll add it to the description. But what was the channel again for people looking?
The channel's just under my name. It's Cressidia Homes. But if you Google Knuckleheads, it'll probably pop up. If you put Knuckleheads Ron Toy, it'll pop you right there.
Yeah, there you guys go.
We got merch and we got a Discord. So check it all out.
Jack, I think Jack wants me to put you in contact with him. So,
yeah, sure.
Jack, why don't you DM me either on Twitter or Discord or somewhere, or send me an email. Identify you as Jack Riley from the YouTube channel, and I will find the best way to get you in touch with Cress.
Absolutely.
So there you go. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining me. And
no problem.
Yeah. Well, have a good night.
One last orb for my GDQ fans.
I don't know what that means.
Orb. Everybody.
All right, later. Okay, let me get the link to Mr. Jennings. We're gonna call him Ken Jennings from now on, because that is his life. What the? Hold on. I gotta figure out how best to send this thing. Where my DMs at? Here we go. Okay. All right, Mr. Jennings. Let's see. I will send that out, and while I wait for him to connect, I will get hold on, let me send one more thing here. While we wait for him to connect, I'm going to go through the other super chats that are out there, and we'll get that moving. One moment here. Oh my gosh, I feel disorganized. Okay, Gimme Skittles Now says didn't catch all of the Romeo stream. So, explain why he's not in prison again. Surely there's some solicitation of minors laws on the books that he can be charged with. Well, I mean, one, you have to have a attorney. One, you have to have a district attorney willing to do the prosecution based on the evidence that they have available to them. That may or may not happen. Getting that person to do it, they have to be confident that they can make a conviction. So, all of this would be coming from third parties. A lot of solicitation convictions, which if you've ever watched my streams on how to catch and convict a pedophile, for example, when we go through it, a lot of them involve undercover officers. A lot of them involve sting operations of some sort, phishing operations, where they are getting people to come to them. And part of that is they can verify all of the communications and that none of them are falsified. Now, up until now, this guy hasn't admitted under oath to what he has done that is potentially illegal. Now he has, and it'll be up to the court to determine if they want to make that referral or not. One other thing I wanna mention: Drexel will be out for the next couple days, so shows will have him on them and will be themed around that while he's here. And just as a preview, one of the days, Pocket Jacks Comics, I believe, will be joining us to talk about fetish life. So if you are in that community, the community any of the communities that may know anything about what I just said, you may want to tune in for that conversation. I'm not sure. I will announce what day he will be on as soon as we finalize what day. But tentatively, he has agreed and said, let's pick a time. So assuming we can get things worked out while Drexel is here, that will be on the menu, and I will put that out there. So that'll be an interesting show, a very interesting show. Yeah. Kiwi goes live, says, hey, Nick, have you seen the Mortal Kombat 11 trailers with RoboCop and Terminator fighting? I'm a Street Fighter guy, but that trailer got me to buy Mortal Kombat 11. No, I have not. I have not been a Mortal Kombat guy since Mortal Kombat 3. No, I haven't, but I'll go check it out. I like that they have Spawn in it already. Like, that alone makes me interested. But Darian the Ghoul says, I was rewatching your streams to recap on the Vic case, and when I watched Ron's depot, you and Cody were laughing about how Ron couldn't hurt a fly. That's true. It's true. Now we know he was an abuser. Appearances aren't always everything. It's weird. It's weird. I would never have pictured that guy to be an abusive pile of trash, but apparently he is. So that's kind of funny. Okay, that's the chats we have so far. I believe just a fair warning, guys. I did some of the chats a little bit out of order, but typical rules are going to apply as we keep going here. But my YouTube studio is not live refreshing in the way it normally does, so I'm trying not to miss anything as we go. But it is being an absolute pain in the anus about it. I'm going to pull up Ron's first thing. Ken was just getting things set up. I'm calling him Ken Jennings. I'm going to tell the real Ken Jennings that there's an anonymous person on Kiwi Farms. I'm going to tell the real Ken Jennings. That'll show you, you son of a bitch. Can you guys believe that? There's a guy out there on the Kiwi Farms pretending to be the Ken Jennings. Jeez. What a mess. Okay, let's see. Do we have this centered? We do have this centered. So, Ron Toye, I believe. Now, I don't have a Kiwi Farms account. I can't stress that enough. So that kind of colors all of this and how I have to do it. Since I don't have a Kiwi Farms account, I have to actually go through manually and find them. Like, I can search for Ron Toye, but I can't click on his profile and see his posts because I don't have a Farms account. I can't do that. So that's a pain. But I believe this is his first one, and anyone in chat is free to correct me. But this is post number 7393, and this is where he responds to someone who says, "So will Ron ever come to the farms? Could we ever be so lucky?" And already here, and then he's already got an emoji to word ratio that suggests, and he also says already as two words rather than the one word that already actually is, to suggest that this person is not only dumb enough to be the actual Ron, but also has the requisite skill set in communications with a weird emoji and a misspelling right from the jump. So that's fantastic. Good job, Ron. Oh, I remember now. How do I find Ron Toye? Yeeted account. Hold on, I'm getting to the last message. See, let me briefly discuss this. Ron was thrown off of Twitter, as many of you guys know, which is the saddest thing I can think of. I am so bummed that Ron was thrown off of Twitter, because ever since he was thrown off of Twitter, I don't get to talk to my friend anymore. I don't get to do it. And Ron had sent me, that's Ron Soye. Ron had sent me a couple messages, and now they're gone forever. Or not, not gone forever, but the other messages. Hold on, Ron. Oh no, can I not? Let me find it. Here we go. Oh, it's suspended. I don't know if I can do the messages for him. They weren't anything at all useful, I will say. It's really depressing. They were positive messages. Ron had sent me encouragement, but he'd only sent a couple of encouraging messages. I'll have to see if I can find them somewhere. They're just not. Twitter doesn't normally yeet them that fast. They're normally still around. It just shows like missing person or whatever. But they may be gone. They may be gone forever. I've probably got a screenshot of them somewhere. Hold on. This is fantastic content. I didn't think it would be this hard to find these. But it seems that it may be. Guys, this is why we don't report people. Even when they're being terrible. Don't report them, because then they're gone. And when they're gone forever. They live on only in our hearts. Yeah, I don't have them here. I'll have to see if I've got the screenshots somewhere. Damn. I mean, all of the other ones are preserved. But these new ones I was waiting to share with you guys until I had a whole show, right? That was the whole point. Let's get a whole show. But Ron's new tactic was to send me compliments on shows that he did like, rather than telling me all of the things he didn't like. I'm gonna see if I can find them in one more place, real quick, while we wait for Mr. Jennings. Skimming through a bunch of pictures. I look weird looking back and forth, that's why. Whoa, that's a long time ago. Albums. Oh, come on. I'll have to find them on my phone, which is that's not gonna be as fast. Okay, we're not gonna do that right now. That'll take too long. So we'll just stick with these Ronversation pieces and go through it there. So get off of my screen, get back to where I was. Okay. Hire Tug for filing. No. Wait, what? Bring him onto a live stream. What are you talking about? Ron Toya wants on. Check your dislike. Check your dicky. Check your dicky. No, we're not gonna have Ron on the show, as stated. I also don't see him in the chat. But okay, so how to do this is a little bit complicated. Because I don't know if you guys have ever subjected yourselves to reading a Kiwi Farms thread. Oh, damn it. I've subjected yourselves to reading a Kiwi Farms thread, but they do get a lot of information and all of that stuff. Oh, I should make sure you can see that this is actually Ron on this side. Here we go. They do get a bunch of information and stuff like that, but they also have a lot of extra discussion that is not super helpful when you're trying to do something of this magnitude. So here we go. But there's him responding to lots of questions involved in here. So what I think I'm going to do is try and read his responses to specific portions of posts. I'll read that portion. We'll read Ron's response. And then when people respond directly to Ron or a portion of what he says, I'll try and incorporate that as well. We want to do that. So Dopey catch you next Tuesday. Says, look, guys, look how not butthurt he is. He's totally not butthurt, you guys. Nope, not at all. This is, I believe, in response to Ron's video comments on YouTube. So, there you go. To be though, if he wants to call Vic that because it's his personal opinion, then fine. Because, you know, everyone's opinion of Ron himself is that he's an unstable mess of a wretch who likes to try and control and intimidate people like some creepy control freak. But frankly, what has he observed to give him the impression that Vic lives with his mother? That's a weird one. Yeah, I saw that thing about Vic living with his mother coming from Ron. I think, to be fair to Ron, it was him responding to the transfer of property into a trust with his mother's trustee, and that would only be because Ron has no actual grasp on how anything like that works, which he absolutely should grasp because he's involved in real estate transactions. He should know in Texas, he should know how trusts operate, but he doesn't because he's a fool. So there you go. So I guess if I'm being charitable, that's where he's getting it. But that's a weird thing to say. Okay. Or that he's even washed up. Last time I looked, Vic probably makes more than he does just from his various con appearances, all the way up until the Coof apocalypse, and he's still getting invites and propositions. Sounds like a certain abusive manlet is trying super hard to project his own sad opinion of himself onto someone else. Edit, Ron would never make a Kiwi Farms account. He's too much of a pussy to step outside of his hug box. And then, I started one a little bit ago, so there is that. Wink face. God damn it. Fade into obscurity. Dear God, Ron, you just can't keep your mouth shut. This shitstorm was started by you and your cow yapping constantly about how Vic assaulted people and is dangerous to the community, not Nick. Your brain can't wrap around such a simple concept. People were attacking Vic viciously on social media because of your claims before people started saying mean words to you and your personal fiance. Since you love to talk so much, just make an account already, Ron. You'll have lots of conversations here. And so then Ron said, let's look at how many people heard my statements versus Nikki Wrecked Vic's. Oh, Nikki Wrecked Vic. Got it. That's my new nickname. And then the YouTubers who covered this for almost 2 years. Yeah, Ron. Pumpkin. We're better at marketing than you. It's okay. We're better at marketing than you. We got it. We got it. That's true. The problem is not how well you've been doing over 2 years. The problem was how quickly and efficiently you and your fatso and her fatso saddlebag bestie decided to destroy his career with your little cabal of ugly people who hide behind microphones with and anime avatars. Literally what you guys call incel culture is what your actual friends do, is they hide behind a waifu avatar because nobody on earth wants to look at Monica Rial or Jamie Markey. They just want to hear their disgusting voices. over a cutesy little like anime chick. That's what they actually want. And that's unfortunately how Monica and Marky picture themselves, but there's not enough ink to draw their actual forms. So there's an issue there. But no, that's the issue, is how effectively and efficiently you guys destroyed him very quickly, even though you didn't have the type of exposure. And it paints to the lie of just hire a PR firm, bro, because just hiring a PR firm, bro, the amount of legwork and money and time and connections it takes to rehabilitate an image after what was done to it by you nasty folk is catastrophically large. It's massive. It's massive. You could almost suggest that most people, even well-off people, can't do it. They can't afford to do it. Especially when you just took their income stream away. So you take away someone's income and now they have to get a PR firm. Plus, you're talking about the anime community, where it's not very effective to have press releases to, all of these little magazines, especially when the places that accept press releases on anime news already are aligned against you because they're all in the network of hand-jobbing dyke-fistery that is going on. Like, they're all the same people with the same haircut saying the same thing. So try and get a PR firm to get Anime News Network to run a positive story about Vic right after they just spent several articles trashing his career and reputation. It's not going to work. And there's not a counter-narrative place. What are you going to go to? Bounding into Comics or something like that? It's not going to work that way. So you have to sue. In essence, that's all the man was left to do. This isn't Hollywood. There aren't several competing outlets trying to get a different spin on various news. One second, let me let him know that he can join up at any time. Making sure. So this is the basic misunderstanding that outsiders have, that people who aren't familiar with the internet have, that frankly many lawyers will have as well when they look at these insulated, primarily online communities. Trying to rehab an image inside those communities is absurdly difficult because of the groupthink coming from the leading voices in the industry. But that's why don't you just create a farms account? Because I'm not on the Kiwi farms. There we go. All right, and so Bender says, shh, just let him make a fool of himself in YouTube comments. Thank you. So here's some of his YouTube comments. I am going to read these real quick. These were hilarious to me. Not even the content of them. Their very existence was hilarious because Ron lost his Twitter account. And he had to find a way to get his messaging out. He must control the situation, control people. He must do it. So here's him commenting on the YouTube video here. So we didn't lie about him. His actions are what ruined him, along with his alignment with a hate factory named Nick Rekieta. Now, I am not a factory. I'm just a man. Goodness gracious. I'm not sure where you get that anyone has ever been jealous of Vic. Really? You don't think, Ron, come on, man, we know you live with Monica. We know. Of course there's jealousy of Vic. He has bigger lines now than Monica had then. Of course you're jealous. Of course she's jealous. Also, how do you know he was on the verge of suicide? And that wouldn't solve his problem or get him out of paying his debt from this frivolous lawsuit. Wait, what? Suicide? You're going to collect from his corpse? Okay. He has known for years that people have had a problem with his actions. No. No, see, that's not people. That's a person. And no matter how big of a following you have, somebody has a problem with you. I was saying this earlier. Somebody is on the internet laughing at you right now. It's okay. They've got a problem with you. Someone you work with has a problem with you. Doesn't mean what they think about you is right or true. This is nonsense. He talked about it on panels. And there is a ton of videos here on YouTube if you care to research. A ton. Are there a ton, Ron? Are there a ton of videos on YouTube about it? I don't think so. He's responding to Skythos. You see, he was told not to reach out to her. He didn't listen. So this is in the response to Monica being mad that Vic dared to ask her what possible thing he had done to offend his friend, whom he trusted. And the Sony person who incidentally fired him, no, I guess it wasn't the Sony person who fired him. Mika, Karen Mika. She fired him and said, "Don't reach out." Well, here's a great thing, Sony, or Funimation. If you break contracts with someone, you say you're no longer employed, we won't be casting you. You've breached or canceled or whatever term you want to use, whatever legal term may apply. The contract is no longer enforceable. So you don't get to tell somebody who they can and can't contact. And Ron doesn't seem to understand this. Because Vic has no obligation. He's already been fired at that point. He has no obligation to not contact Monica. There's no court order saying he can't contact her. There's nothing in there that says he can't. So what does he do? Oh, hey, by the way, your friend called, we're Sony. They called and said you did this awful stuff to her. And so now you're fired. The first thing you do, right? Oh my God, what did I do? I have no idea. No, unless you do know, but Vic is claiming he never knew. Again, his story has been consistent this entire time. He never knew that he was hurting anybody or doing anything. Because he wasn't. I can't say it enough. He wasn't actually hurting anybody. And we'll see, as Ron points to, every time Ron points to a video of Vic doing something awful, it's something that someone asked for. It was consensual. They laughed about it. They liked it. Every time. All the time. Okay. Again, this points to a man who doesn't respect boundaries. That's not a boundary. That's not a boundary at all. And neither did you or your dumb fiance when you guys were out talking about this thing. You were also told not to talk about it, by the way. When you were texting Kamea-Con, Ron, Monica was told not to talk about the investigation while you were texting Kamea-Con about it. You lying sack of trash. You're the one with the boundary issues. Ask the abuse victims in your wake. That's the simple issue there. Vic reached out to someone who he's been friends with forever to just ask what he had done to offend her. And that was so offensive that she had to forward that to Funimation. See, he's trying to manipulate me. He's not trying to manipulate you, maybe. Maybe he's just genuinely asking. Carrie Steers says, with everything Ron has done with trying to spread his message, would he be considered a public figure now more than Vic? Oh, on the Vic issue? Absolutely. He's a limited purpose public figure. 100%. There's no way Ron can argue that he didn't inject himself into this situation. Of course he did. Okay, finally, but realize he apologized, not for what you said he did. He apologized if anybody ever had any negative experience with him. That's all. But he also said sexual assault, pedophilia, harassment. Never. He denied all of that. He always has. Ron can't get around this. And again, say it again. Don't apologize. Admitted he was getting help. Admitted he messed up and then decided to sue people. He didn't. This admitted he was getting help is an interesting one. He said, I'm talking to a counselor. When your life goes in the toilet and your career is gone, one person you may talk to is a counselor. But where would you get the idea that he was considering suicide? Ron, he was talking to a counselor. It's not hard to infer, buddy. He did this. Not the people he apologized to. He didn't apologize to you. That's your problem, right? So the people he apologized to, no, they didn't do it either, because those are just anybody who had a bad experience coming to his table. And he was suing for $1 to $5 million. He didn't apologize to you or Monica or Jamie Markey, did he? I didn't see that apology. You've read that into something. He doesn't even know what he did to you. Lagavulin 8 is magical, by the way. It's really a terrific scotch. It's not a starter scotch at all. It's harsh. And then finally, there is no chance in the world he wins. I mean, there's some chance. There is some chance that he wins. That's a silly way to do it. And even if anything made it past appeals, he would lose at summary judgment. Well, probably not. Summary judgment on defamation, summary judgment can't be decided if there's a dispute of facts. And they're all saying there are disputed facts involved. Summary judgment on defamation cases is pretty rare. Either way, because there are factual issues. What did this mean? What does that mean? What did you say what did you mean when you said that? He says you meant this. Well, I didn't. I meant this. Those are fact questions. I don't think he loses at summary judgment. You're being lied to when it comes to the lawsuit and how things work. Ron, no one's lying. This is a weird thing. And I've been dealing with this, of course, since the Vic decision came out. Is people hear me say what a possible outcome is, or even what the outcome I want to be is, and then they determine that I said it will be this thing, which is not true. Usually. I don't tend to make definitive statements about what will happen in court, because I always am couching it in, you never know what's going to happen. You never know what kind of judge you're going to get. You never know what the jury's going to be. You have lawyers involved. You have clients involved. There are too many human factors. So I tend to not state what will happen. But I don't think anyone's being lied to when it comes to the lawsuit or how things work. I'm not aware of anybody lying. I assume he's talking about me. His lawyer admitted, and so did he, that they had no evidence. That's not true at all, actually. Oh, hey, here's Mr. Jennings. Mr. Jennings, are you with us? If you can hear me, man, I can't hear your microphone. Go to the bottom right corner of the meet window there. There's 3 dots vertically aligned, and it's more options. Then you can go into your settings there and make sure it's got the right microphone input. But we'll listen for you. I'm going to finish reading this comment while you do that. I hope you can hear me say all this. Otherwise, I'm just talking for no purpose. But here we go. And so that they had no evidence. That's not a true thing. Oh, I heard something. Are you there? No. He is a public figure and didn't in any way try to prove or establish actual malice. That's not true. It is over. But you want us to pay him for his hurt feels after he apologized and admitted to doing the things he sued us for. Now, who's lying now? Do you see how hypocritical that is? He messed up. He chose to sue. He could have stopped the lawsuit. He chose to appeal. This is all his fault. Ron, you had the power to stop it. I told Ron. I don't know if anybody remembers this. I told all of them exactly how to stop this lawsuit. And Ken, I still can't hear you. So when just letting you know, giving you status updates. I occasionally hear like a static or something, but I haven't heard you so far. But I told him I would help get him in contact with Vic's legal team. I told him all sorts of stuff. Simple, that no one wanted a lawsuit out of this. What was he thinking? No one wants to do this. Okay, so this is Ron Toye has not been verified at this point on the Kiwi Farms thread. So we're going to go through and find. Here's a response from Nade ND001 says, would the real Ron please stand up? I don't recall how to stand up, squawk. Okay. Next, we're going to get to the next Ron count. Here we go. Dead Fry had said doubt on whether this was the real Ron. Already, whoops, but already here could work too. No, Ron. This is me. If you have a question, ask me and I will answer it. I'm not going to read the whole thing. And then I will give it 6 out of 10 stars. That is at least creative for the I do not recall soundtrack. Thank you, Ron, for your critique. For your critique. It's a noise only boomers can hear. The f sound. I'm really bummed that I can't hear Ken yet. I'm hoping he's able to get his mic fixed. I'll prove to you guys. Look, he's see there's the K. He's sort of here. Sorry, no, don't worry about it, buddy. We'll keep going. Okay, so Law Twitter is dumb. It says, where are the receipts you and your personal fiance have promised you would show for the past year? Also, your 17 affidavits are all hearsay and not evidence that adds anything to any of your claims. Nothing in any hearing was figured as truthful or not, so Vic has never admitted to any of it. But please, post those receipts. We've been waiting for a whole year. And this, of course, comes through with the ultimate problem with all of this, is that Ron has never produced what he said he would produce. Never once has this actually come out with anything tangible. Just a second, Freighter. Okay, goodness gracious. Too many disruptions. Too many distractions. All right. Okay, so then Ron is responding to someone. The only thing, Drowning Man says, the only thing really in control, he is really in control of is his remote unless Monica hides them. It almost feels sorry for him being a nobody, but he isn't worth a second of anyone's time. He won't come here himself as he knows about the farms, and he would have his ass handed to him by Anonymous with one sentence. Plus, you know Ron would flood the screens with emojis, but I hope he does come and read this thread. It would make his day. I won't flood anyone with emojis. I'm just here to observe and gather material. I will answer questions as long as people are moderately polite. Look at him already putting conditions. You better be nice to me. You better be nice to me. Another question, where are all the hundreds of victims you claim were sexually assaulted by Vic? I'm still waiting. This person I want to believe. Do you have a question? So the verification is going here. They want him to verify. Get verified and we can talk. All right, here we go. We now know at this point that this has been verified as Ron. That did happen. So we've got a long one here. Oh my goodness. Look at Ron. Paragraphs. paragraphs, you child. Put paragraphs in. It's internet. Add extra line breaks. Make it easy to read. You just add line breaks. Anytime you need to pause or change thoughts, you're not held to any like intro, body, conclusion, paragraphs. You're not held to any sort of standard like that, but just break it up so people can take a second and process your individual thoughts. We're not in that little rat-infested head of yours. We can't do this as easily as you want. Well, we did get 17 or so affidavits that were sworn under the penalty of perjury. The same type of document you all use as your reason to label me an abuser. So there is that. Mitigate. 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 You're such a fucking coward, Ron. Mitigate that abuse again. Just do it. Just mitigate it a little bit more. That'd be fantastic. Let's see. Trying to offer some helpful advice to Ken. But he's always mitigating that abuse. Also, if you do a simple search online, there have been more than 100 people to speak out against him. Ron, you admitted under oath, again, in your deposition, that you don't even know if those are people. And let me tell you, they're on Pretty Ugly Little Liars. They're not people. They're barely even cognizant machines. If we got further in the lawsuit, there would be more people to testify. Who? Who are you going to get to testify? But since they didn't have any evidence, the stuff you swag about for us, plus he had the most laughable legal team in history. P.S. Calling someone a piece of shit is not defamatory. LOL! Yeah, Ron. We know. We know that's not defamatory. The question is, do you know why they might put it in there? The other question is, why didn't you object to it? None of your lawyers objected to those TDMA letters. You should have. You maybe could have gotten the entire lawsuit thrown out without spending $280,000. If you just objected to the TDMA letters that you all say were faulty. You didn't, though. Coupled with the 20 plus years worth of online accounts, YouTube search affidavits. He's just saying words. Vic admitting to almost everything, except not really anything. Sums it up. It sums it up. Or we could use basic math. Let's say off the apology video, he had come out at the beginning of February where he said he hugged 100 girls and one didn't want that. Look at this. He's taking a hypothetical in which someone says, look, if I do this to 100 people and one doesn't like it, that doesn't make it okay. Just because 99 others did. Ron, that's not literal. God, what? I can't imagine how squeaky that hamster wheel is. So if he does 20 to 40 cons per year, let's say only 100 people at each con get an autograph from him, that is between 2,000 and 4,000 people. If he only hurt one based on his admission, that's 1% conversion. So that is between 20 to 40 people per year, based on a really low average of people getting his autograph, and his own 1% multiplied. Let's just call it, let's just call it 10 years would be 200 to 400 people. This is someone without a logic engine in their brains. I can post links to the videos here if that's allowed. If that is allowed. Ron, don't pretend. You responded to a link with a video in it, you idiot. Also, with a quick search on YouTube, Vic Tamaki, for instance, you find videos that are 3+ years old where he asks the girls if their fathers are there. It's a joke. It's a joke. Oh, I'm supposed to do 1 sip of Lagavulin per Ron post. I'm sorry. Let me catch up. It's a joke, Ron. Whoa, hope your dad's not in the room. It's not. Oh my God, I hope your dad's not in the room. Ron, it's in public, on video, it's a joke. Okay. Multiple different videos, and then goes on to explain how people will call him a pervert. Yes, he's explaining. Let me use the word that Vic can't, Ron. Retarded people will call him nasty names because they're retarded, because they don't understand that it's a joke. They don't understand the consensual reaction or interaction is going on. They don't understand that people are play acting a scene for an audience. That's people who don't understand reality, Ron. That's who he's talking about. Some random psychopathic lunatics like Jennifer Lynn Hunt, for example, or you fucking dolt. Or Emmett Plant. Oh my goodness. Hey, what's up, man?
Can you hear me now?
I hear you now. Hey, thank you.
Sorry for that. I'm a fucking retard.
Look, man, that's how the internet always goes, right? So no worries. Connection issues occur. Let me get your avatar up on screen here while we have a little chat.
Thank you.
So you are the Ken Jennings from both Jeopardy and the Kiwi Farms. Is that correct?
I cannot confirm the first one, but I can confirm the second one.
Okay. Welcome to the show. Let's give people a little bit of background on you. You, a while back, this was a couple months ago, I believe, you wrote a non-opinion, but just sort of a thought exploration, we'll call it, based on your experience as some sort of counselor, about what kind of person Ron is. Is that accurate?
That's pretty close, say. Based off of all the stuff he's done since this thing took off, and I kind of sat down, went through my experience and my books and stuff, and his behaviors kind of came across as a certain type or two, and I posted it. And
Can you give people a without power leveling too hard, I suppose is the phrase. Can you give people kind of a rough idea of what experience or qualifications you have?
So I have a master's degree in one of the fields that allows you to practice as a counselor at the master's level. That's either licensed mental health counselor, licensed marriage and family therapist, or clinical social worker.
Gotcha.
It's a master's degree. They're like 60-some graduate credit programs. You have to do 1,000 hours of like internships during your 2-year program. I've been working between different places. I've worked at a homeless shelter, doing stuff there for a while. I have been working with kids too for a while as well. So I do counseling with kids from 5 to 18. It's been one of my recent forays. In my previous professions, I've also worked with, and volunteer things, I've also worked with kids who were in the dependency system, or who were, victims of trauma, or had, I was also close to the emergency services for a while.
Sure.
So that kind of stuff. So I have a somewhat of a decent understanding of trauma and mental health, and dealt with my own stuff. It's in one of the posts on the farms. I've had my own history of trauma as well.
Is that common amongst counselors and therapists that they have some sort of trauma in their backstory?
I can tell you this. Most of the counselors I know, or therapists I know, have a therapist.
Yeah,
it's very common.
I think that's what gets people into it, right? Is they have something and they think, oh, I've been through this. I see how my experience has helped me, or and I want to help other people in the same way. Or they say, I'm going through this and I want to search for some answers on my own. And in that process, they get their education, and then that's part of their quest for answers. That's just been what I've kind of seen.
That's a pretty common theme too. Like a lot of people I went to grad school with are like that.
Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about this. About one last question about your background is about how many years have you been practicing?
Not to be too specific.
Like a decade?
Oh
5
no,
years?
I'm not that experienced. I'd say a little less than. I'd say less than 5 years.
Okay.
So between grad school and everything, and
Sure.
so I'm not, just in school. I'm out of school, license stuff, all that fun stuff. And,
Right.
But I do, I have gotten good feedback from my clients and my supervisors. I know I do good work, kind of thing.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so
No, and make no mistake. Like even the process of I have a relative in the field. Like even the process of going through that requires a significant amount of hands-on participation and clinical work. So I'm not in any way trying to mitigate that. So.
Oh no, you're fine. Say I get it.
Whoa.
I like answering questions. That's my fault.
Okay.
Sorry. I fixed it.
That's okay.
Nothing's blowing up today.
I was wondering if you needed to defuse a bomb or two while we were on stream.
We'll see.
So, okay. So tell me about your non. You're in a field where it's like me. You have to couch everything as this is not actually an opinion. These are just some thoughts that I have. You can't take them as actual professional advice because it isn't. There's a lot that goes into that obviously you can't do because you don't have access to Ron, and if you did, you couldn't talk about it.
Yeah, there's one of the common things you'll see about politicians or people. It's the Goldwater rule because of the scandal when Barry Goldwater was running, and like half of the psychologists they had interviewed were all like, he's crazy, he can't do it, he's got this or that. And so generally it is, you can't diagnose someone you haven't worked with. So, you can't do that, and it's not, and that's for APA for psychologists. I don't fall under that one. I fall under a different one, and mine's actually very non-specific, which I'm happy for.
Sure.
But even in my Kiwi Farms post, I've made it intent that this is my professionally and experience-informed opinion on what the person or persons are displaying in behavior. Because while I can't talk to them, you do see people get, like for intakes for clients, we'll sit down and our first session we get an hour to sit with them, go through different things, and come up with a starting diagnosis to work off of. Doesn't mean it's going to be correct, but.
Right. Wes Nile-chan says, not to be a jerk, but why does Ken Jennings sound like he's living in a van down by the river? Your mic situation is picking up a lot of background noise. I don't know. I'm not sure what setup you have or if it could be modified in any way, but it is pretty it's clattery.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I had to do this out in the car so I didn't wake up the wife.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's
So you literally are in a van down by the river.
A sedan, so it's not.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just kidding. All right. Well, with the noise issues, let's try and kind of keep this portion condensed. So you requested to come on. What is the main thing that you wanted to kind of get across to people?
I think.
Yeah.
I would say that Ron's behaviors have been very interesting to watch. It has really, really kind of bothered me in a few ways because, with the interview he just did and how he responded in that, but yet if you go back to his response to me on the farms, I think it was like the day before his interview, or maybe I've got the timetable wrong. He says in his interview, he's not, he's taking full responsibility for it, or he's doing this or that, or he's changing. But yet, and other people have called him out on the thread too. He's demeaning my experiences. He's demeaning my abuse I went through. He, is dismissive. He's, very kind of petty about it. And his social behavior, and especially like during the deposition, was also interesting too. And then I know it was also brought up in the thread too, was how Monica's deposition went, that one key section where she was giving the talk about Vic's alleged assault on her.
Yeah, you pointed out the differences between how she described her alleged rape as a teenager or a younger person. I don't know what specific age.
I think he was 15.
Yeah, something like that. And then the difference between, excuse me, the assault she described at the convention with Vic. And you mentioned that. Did Ron ever respond to that? I didn't see a response to that specific aspect of your questioning, but I'm not fully aware of everything.
No, he hasn't, to my knowledge, responded to that. I've been working on trying to be genuine. He had posted a video of Vic, the line recital thing with the girl who has to recite the coffee line.
Yes.
And asked, is the appropriateness of this. And so I was, I had sat down and analyzed it and summed up as it's an inappropriate, script for the thing. It could be inferred sexually, but the acts that were all occurring were all consensual acts. The girl asked for the action. While nervous and kind of giddy, she had asked to do the line. The joke about the fact that the joke was made, about the line, everyone knows it's appropriate. So that's why it's funny. People
right. That's what makes the line.
That's why it's funny, is because, you have, well, why is your dad here? Well, shit, your dad's going to kick your ass if you're wanting to do, it's like the daughter, bring my daughter home by 10 o'clock or I'm coming out with a shotgun. Similar kind of theme and joke with that. And, as I was drafting it before I came on. Sorry about that.
Oh my God. That is.
Sorry. I didn't mean for that to be so loud.
It's trying to murder me.
I know. I apologize. That her, that the girl in the film was, very interactive with it. It wasn't something she didn't want to do. She was enjoying it. If at any point someone saw him slide his hand down her chest or down her back, that would have been called out. There's a room full of like 100 people there. It probably 100 people. I would assume, and I've seen it. People, some older guy is touching on some younger girl. A lot of people will say something, and a lot of people will get very upset about that.
Yeah, of course.
So I was doing that part, and then I've been working on the response to how he's saying I was some bullied person, and that I'm I might have a little bit of knowledge from somewhere in the field, but I never really succeeded. Which I found was interesting after watching his interview, is if you go back to that interview, there's several key elements that go back to fighting, schoolyards, and bullying that repeat several times in the interview he did with the person you had on before me. And so we know Ron states that he had physical abuse as a child and that it was a defense mechanism for him. And the way he has kind of built his survival system and his response system is that I need to do something. He doesn't run because he can't run. He learned he couldn't run. You can't run with your dad trying to whip you with the belt because it's going to be worse.
Right.
Doesn't make it any better. So you kind of have to stand up at some point. And so those become ingrained. That's an environmental part of childhood and development. And so for Ron, his reaching out and doing this thing is trying, and it's kind of what he's saying, is a way for him to defend himself in a way. And it's his chance to kind of fight back, because it's hard to have someone say, oh, well, you're this or that or this. But it's on the flip side where Ron will go, well, I can say this, but it was not okay for people to do this or people to do that or for Vic. So there's a lot of hypocrisy there.
Right. Well, man, I I hate to do this, but the echo and the noises are it's really hard to have a conversation with this setup. But maybe we should schedule this for a time when we could actually do it with a proper setup, if that would work for you. Because I would love to have like a full conversation about it and really like get into stuff. This is kind of on the fly, and I think that's really unfair because it's hard to get to hear your points with the interference and stuff.
Is it just the background noise, or is it like they can't hear me on the mic, or
the mic buzzes, and then also it's like picking up me and other noises as well. So it gets really.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's
it's
weird.
I'm sure if you listen back, you're gonna hate it. But yeah, so why don't we do that? I'm sorry, with the short notice thing, it all kind of fell into place in a weird way. But let's have the conversation. We can actually talk about it with like a good setup. So why don't you message you've got me on Twitter, so just message me and let me know when a good time for that would be, and we'll figure something out. Does that work for you?
Yeah, I'm free the rest of this week, basically. So I'll just have to figure out my setup because it was not working right today.
Yeah, no worries.
To plug everything in and stuff. So.
Yeah, well, I'll hit you back in a DM and we'll figure out a good time, because I ever since reading the post, I've wanted to have this type of discussion. So
Awesome. Well, I look forward to coming back to see you.
Yeah, man, we'll talk then.
Awesome. Well, I'll look forward to watching the rest of the stream. So.
All right, buddy. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Peace. All right. Yeah, that's it's unfortunate. I'm gonna shut down the Hangouts thing, or Google Meet or whatever. We'll shut that down. It's unfortunate that Ken was not able to come through very clearly, but he has insight and interesting opinions on what's been going on about Ron and Monica that I would love to talk about. But I know how hard the audio issues can be, because I know how they sound to me, it actually comes through worse for you guys, and they were pretty rough. So I did want to let him kind of talk a little bit, but thanks for bearing with that. Also, thank you for the jokes. Here I am. You guys, listen to what you did. I'm trying to listen to this learned man give me interesting information. And I know that if I make any sound at all, it's going to be picked up after I say it again by his microphone and sent back to me 8 octaves and several sacrifice cultists lower, right? And you assholes are making me laugh in the chat with so many jokes. And I'm sitting here like, I can't laugh. I'm not trying to laugh at Ken. Ken's hilarious, but in a different way. And he's talking very seriously. And you guys are sitting there like, and I'm like, oh my God. Okay, let me. Where'd my mouse go? Here it is. Let me get this thing properly resize the chat, and then we will soldier on. We will soldier on. Don't be too hard on him. He was going to use a different setup, and then it didn't work, and we were trying to get the thing going. So we'll have him back and when we have time to actually audio test things ahead of time and make things a little bit nicer. So, all right, back to where we are. So we're here. This would be easy if Ron had ever heard of a paragraph in his entire damn life, but he hasn't. So we're back to this area where he's talking about how people will call him a pervert, a pedophile, and disgusting online. Yes, because people online act differently than normal human beings. They really do. There's something about that layer of anonymity and ambiguity that gives people rein to act in a way that is less genuine. Even the environment they're in. Like, there are... let's just take the Kiwi farms, for example. People on the Kiwi farms one, to avoid outing themselves as a Kiwi Farms person, they don't talk to people the same way. There's a nomenclature developed inside this community that is acceptable there, and it's not acceptable everywhere else. That's okay. And so they wouldn't talk in the same way. They're not going to do that. Pretty Ugly Little Liars has its own nomenclature, and it's the nomenclature of morons. But that's how it is, right? These are different communities that develop their own mores and their own sort of social acceptability policy. And if you break it, something happens. If you break it on Reset Era by breathing as a white male, for example, you get thrown off the planet, doxxed, and then someone tries to murder you. If you break it on the Kiwi Farms, they call you an autistic retard. That's just how it goes. And that's not, nobody means these things in the same way. In some places, like maybe in Keemstar's Discord or whatever, you just call everybody a pedo. That's a joke, right? I'm just picking on everybody. But it doesn't matter where you are. You develop a set of languages, and you do this with interactions with other people as well. It's not just internet, but especially the online community. Okay, so he, one, knew his actions were causing a problem. No, that's your first mistake, Ron. It's only in the first damn thing you said about it. His actions weren't causing a problem, and he didn't know his actions were causing a problem. Someone online had a problem with his actions. That is different. When your actions cause a problem, they create a disturbance within the environment in which you operate, right? If I'm in my office and my computer lights on fire, that has caused a problem. If I'm in my office and my neighbor's house lights on fire, I don't have a problem. They have a problem. If I'm in my office and someone says on the internet that how my office is set up will lead to a fire, I don't have a problem. Even if 100,000 people online say how Rekieta Law's office is set up will cause a fire, I don't actually have that fire. It doesn't exist in my office. It doesn't happen. It's not disrupting my YouTube streams. It's not disrupting my house or life or guests. If there were a fire here, there would be. But simply because someone goes online and says there's a problem doesn't mean there's actually a problem that's caused. It's not disruptive. Actually, interestingly, Vic doing the coffee line was conducive to his environment, not disruptive. It was something he could do for fans, for money, as part of his profession and as part of his ability to engage on an interpersonal level with people. And that's ultimately the goal of conventions, is to engage interpersonally with an audience who typically only has a parasocial relationship with you. And I'm sounding like I know more about this than I do, but it's just what I've surmised, right? The idea is you go to spend a few minutes of real time with someone for whom you would only ever have screen time with. You get a two-way interaction rather than a one-way. Some people are willing to pay for that. And it enriches the experience for the overwhelming majority of people. So the next time they hear Vic's voice or see the gayest pair of pants on the planet, they can go, oh, remember that time I had a really good experience with Vic where he read the coffee line into my ear and I was like, ooh, that's what people want to have. So no, it didn't cause a problem. There were no problems with it. In fact, I don't know of a single person who has actually come out and said, Vic did the coffee line to me and I didn't like it or want it, or there was a problem with it. They haven't produced a single person who's had a problem with the coffee line except for the cuck sent people saying, well, I don't approve, but you're biased and your motivations are suspect. Okay. Next, 2, that they were creepy or he wouldn't ask if their dad was there. No, this is what Ken was saying about the scene as well. The joke is that the dad is there, and the joke is that were this not all a play act, it would be creepy. Yes, it would be creepy for a 40-year-old man to Joe Biden a girl and talk about drinking coffee from his mouth. That would be creepy. In fact, her being a teenager or being a similarly aged woman wouldn't make that less creepy. That would be a creepy thing to do to a stranger. But the joke is that it's not a stranger. It's a play act. There's a role that's being played. It's consensual between the parties, and it's all in fun. There's no meaning behind it. Vic isn't literally going to let girls drink the coffee out of his mouth. And if he did, there would be video of that. Because it would be hilarious and wildly inappropriate. But there isn't video of that with any age person. So that's the joke. That's the joke. Also, the characters in the show are teenagers. So the joke would apply there too. Yeah, and First Last says part of the joke is that the character in the scene said her father wouldn't approve of it. Now, I don't know, because I've never watched Orin High School Host Club or whatever. I'll take your word for it. But again, so he's 0 for 2 on good points here. 3, he could easily do the line, like other actors, without getting so close to the kids. What other actors do the coffee line, Ron? It's not their line. But again, that's the joke. That's what they want. Was it illegal? No. Was it creepy? Yes. No, Ron, it's actually not. No one is actually creeped out by that. And if you are, stop it. Get some help. I've cleared this up in the tweets they claim were defamatory. It's in the record. What he did was creepy. Inappropriate. Enough to get fired, but jail probably not. Ron, you didn't clear anything up. You made some self-serving statements. But either way, it's not actually creepy or inappropriate or enough to get fired. It's play acting a scene from the fucking company who fired him with a fan of that company. That scene, why do you think Funimation never acted on this despite it being out there for years? Vic doing that line in that way at conventions sells Orin High School to more people. Period. Period. That's it. Funimation directly benefits from that play act. They loved it. By the way, you all did too. And you know it. That's the dishonesty. Not once did your fat ass fiance waddle over to Vic, drop her skin grafts, and say, "You shouldn't do that." Never. Why? Why didn't anybody say you shouldn't do that? Because it wasn't a problem until you wanted it to be a problem and therefore manufactured one out of it. That's the difference. Okay. He is almost 60 years old and clearly has boundary issues. What boundary issues? What boundary? You're deciding where people's boundaries are for them. That's a problem. How do we work out boundaries in real interactions? You get this close to me and I will back up because you stink. It's not your fault. Don't like the smell of anybody. Ever. I'm not a close talker. I don't like someone right here. Ever, ever, ever. Get back. I put a crucifix burned into my dentist's forehead. Back up. No, I'm not. So I establish my boundary by establishing the boundary. If you try and touch me in a certain way, I might go, oh, yeah, you know what? Let's not do that. That's fine. Or I'll just shift. Or I'll just say, hey, don't. Or I'll say, no, that's cool. or I won't hug you back, or whatever it is. I actually probably will, because I'll hug people. I don't really care. But that's how boundaries are established. Boundaries are not established by a glassed chipmunk with no chin sitting in a corner bitching about it. That's not how it works. He grew up in a different time than all of us. Not really, though. It wasn't really a different time than all of us grew up in. Nothing was wrong with what Vic was doing in the 80s when Ron grew up. I know, because I also grew up in the 80s. Nothing was wrong. I think I'm a year older than Ron. Nothing is wrong with Vic hugging fans, putting his arms around them, or anything like that. If you think it's wrong, every rock star in the era where we grew up is guilty of much worse. Much worse. None of them are having these problems. They get jokes. They get jokes in that song about was that 1985 by Bowling for Soup? Gonna shake her ass on the hood of Whitesnake's car. Yeah, that was the life of popular people. Was much more salacious than saying the coffee line. And that's when not only did Vic grow up then, but Ron and Monica and Jamie, all of these people grew up where that was acceptable. It's just expected behavior. Yeah, I know it's all coming, but it's all ridiculous. He failed to change his behaviors with the times. Any grown adult can look at those videos and know it is inappropriate. No, not any. It takes a special individual, Ron, to find them inappropriate. Even if they are asking for it. No. That's the problem. When everything is fun and consensual and nothing illegal happens, it's just a play act. It's like being in a play with someone. You pretend to do something that isn't true or real. And sometimes the inappropriateness is the joke of the play. I was in the play 9 to 5, right? That play is full of sexual innuendo. That's the whole point of the show. Is it's actually about inappropriate actions from the boss who is leveraging his position over these women, and then they get their just desserts because they're actually awful. Like they're really bad people in that show. But the actors in the show aren't being bad people. They're acting in a show. It's a performance piece. That's the whole point. The guy who plays the boss in 9 to 5 isn't actually a pervert. He's just a guy. And if it's theater, he's probably gay, so he's not even interested in the woman anyway, right? Oh, God. Not for the line, but the way it is done. Do it from the table or while standing. That's not what people want. Creepy part is the grabbing, touching, kissing, and closeness to the kid's ears. Pulling coworkers' hair is going to get you fired anywhere, and yet it fucking didn't. Did it? Even if it happens exactly as you say. And Monica, in her response to interrogatories, said that Vic did the hair pull thing. This is a flat out fucking lie, by the way. She said that Vic did the hair pull thing every single time they met. Every time, including the first time. That was her claim. It happened so often she couldn't even count it. Basically, every time they met, he did the hair thing. But it's not going to get you fired because it never did. It never did until you wanted it to. Let's see. Oh my gosh, where paragraphs. Doing it to multiple people will really solidify the situation. Or counterpoint, he didn't do it to multiple people or any people, but multiple people came together with the same story. Next. All admitted to by him. Not admitted to. Not admitted to. He took issue with the word pulling. Bouncing, touching someone's hair is not pulling. That's very, very different. He just didn't like the word pull because he thought it sounds like what you do in a fight. LOL! That is his opinion based on his intentions. But you don't sue for a difference in opinion. No, he says he takes issue with the word pulling because that's not what happened. He's saying that's not true. You sue if someone lied. Yeah. No matter what, this is not pulling hair. You can perceive it as pulling hair all day, but it's not. That's a factual difference, right? This is a factual difference. I'm touching hair. Pulling hair is pulling hair. Touching, bouncing, moving, ruffling, those are all different words than pulling and have a different connotation to them. So let's see. If you do something and someone else didn't want that, no matter your intention or difference in opinion, you will not win in court. This is absolutely one of the stupidest fucking things you could say about court. This is probably the least true sentence in here. If you do something and someone else didn't want that, no matter your intention or difference in opinion, you will not win in court. This is so demonstrably untrue because this happens all of the time. Every day, people lose in court or people win in court doing something someone else didn't want. Every day. You all think we lied while he admits he messed up, but the fact is you just don't like the truth that one person can interpret something different than someone else, and that doesn't make it illegal or actionable in court. Look at that. Look at this stupidity involved in this statement. How far these goalposts have moved. They're off the goddamn planet at this point. The goalposts are infinity away from where we started. Now it's just that they interpreted it differently. Look, if you interpret something differently and you think you need to ruin someone's job over that, you should be burnt at the stake. That's my opinion, bruh. Vic was taken advantage of when he was probably freaking out by Nick, who saw dollar signs in a way to weaponize his channel. Oh, there he goes. He's hitting that JMK leak, the big JMK leak that is not about Vic at all. So good. It's not about Vic at all, and it never actually got to materialize, which is really sad because the lawsuit that I was talking about covering was actually going to do what I said it would do. And it would be great, but it didn't pan out. And I can't talk about it. It would have been so much fun. You guys would have laughed. But in the end, I hope you all continue to support him because I believe he is doing what he promised his fans. Getting help and reconnecting with God. You're a fucking liar, Ron. You don't believe this for a minute. Either that, or you lied to me every time you said he stopped doing that. So when were you lying, Ron? I know he loves his fans and will do whatever he can to meet you all at conventions. Oh, Willie. Yeah, he will, except you ruined that. God, you're such a fucking twat. I do not have to like him, but if cons want him to go, that is their decision. No, it isn't. It isn't their decision anymore. You took that away from them. You fucking little goblin. You took that away. It was their decision. They made it for 20 years. Then suddenly, you and your Goblina Ogress hybrid came out and had to disrupt that for A difference of opinion about what happened is now the answer we've got. That's the answer. That's the answer. That's what caused all of this, is a difference of opinion over how things are interpreted. That's the answer. That's why conventions no longer get that choice. Because when they try and book him, you and your giant horse-faced idiot and her saddlebag Jamie Markey and a bunch of little Lynn fucking Hunt alts run out and go to ruin every single possible circumstance where he could meet fans. Even when he blows your asshole out in a tiny toy shop in the middle of California while in your wife to never be's hometown, you couldn't break 100 people coming during a show where people were in town to see her and she canceled and rescheduled. Do you remember that? Do you remember while you're making fun of Vic for showing up at a collectible shop in California and doing a strip mall appearance in North Carolina? Oh, because you fucking email bombed the conventions and got him canceled, you dickhole. Remember when you're making fun of that your bitch tried it first and she fucking failed. She had 5 other voice actors in the room and they couldn't break 3 digits. It's embarrassing to be you. You people are fucking pathetic. And the jealousy and the seethe and the cope and whatever internet phrase needs to come out, it's palpable from here, and I'm 1,000 miles away. And if you could tell her to wash her navel because Monica's gunt stink is filling my house and I need it to stop, if you could get her to clean that out, we'd all be very fucking appreciative. You little mongrel. God, you're disgusting. Oh, I hate these people. You did this. You did it. Nobody else did it. Conventions didn't choose it. You chose it. But I have the same right as you all who have to choose who and where I do business and where I spend my money. Yes, you do. The thing you don't get to do is try and influence those other people with promises of money and then threats of withdrawing it after making those promises to hurt someone else. That's where TI comes into play. That's a different thing. And you're not just choosing where to spend your money. You're choosing where I can spend my money. That's the issue. It's not your money, Ron. Nobody cares about where you spend your money except Lemoyne. That's the only person who gives a shit. What you're saying is I can't spend my money to go see Vic at Anna Minneapolis, for example, because why? If they announce him, your little legionnaires will go out and email bomb them and put pressure on Ryan Koff to cancel him yet again, just like with Liberty City Con. You're telling me where I can't spend my money. You're not deciding where to spend yours. Please just decide where to spend your money and never, ever try and ruin someone else's ability to do so. Based on the photos I have seen from conventions, it looks like he has changed the way he interacts with fans. I don't actually think so. I think he did for about 1 minute. And then he realized how stupid you are and how ridiculous this was. And that his fans actually still lined up for hours to see him because they would get a hug and they wanted a hug and they like getting a hug. And some of them, God help them, they need it. And you want to take that away. I think he understands that times have changed. No, he understands the timing. I can't speak for what he understands. Actually, I have no idea. What I say what? I don't know what Vic understands about the times, but I do know that he's probably figured out that a small group of people have an inordinate amount of power over his life right now. I bet that's the times that he knows have changed. Everything else, I have no idea. But I bet he's figured that part out. I think he sees now that his position in work puts him in a position that others are not. Imagine if a teacher was filmed doing the coffee line. How would that go for the teacher? The teacher isn't the voice actor who did the line. And by the way, drama teachers have done dramatic lines with students that would be inappropriate because they're drama teachers teaching someone how to do a line, or maybe directing them in the play. I think he gets that now. Maybe I am wrong, but the photos seem to show it. Imagine if he would have just responded to my email I sent the Rangers and just spoke with me. He could have saved himself almost $500,000. Oh, could he have? Really? How? Yeah, I'll go away forever. Thanks, Ron. Great advice. Tell me, what strap-on does Monica use? Like, what was he gonna do, Ron? Listen, you just ruined his life. Why do you think he would listen to you? Oh, and remember, you lying little sack of shit? He did reach out to your fat fiance. He did. And she turned him away and then Karen'd to his no longer manager, Funimation. Remember that, Ron? The first person he reached out to, the first one, the absolute first person. What did I do to offend you? How can I fix this? Oh my God, I had no idea. Who the fuck was it, you lying sack of garbage? It was Monica. It was days before I talked to him. Why would he talk to you? He tried to talk to Monica. Guys, if you have spent time in line with Vic, you have had, one time, a comparable amount of face-to-face time that Vic has had with Ron. If you have seen Vic at a convention 2 to 4 times, you have spent more face-to-face time with Vic than Ron Toye. I'm not exaggerating this. So let's run through a thought exercise. Someone you don't know at all, who happens to be a mad little boiling tea kettle of tiny man rage, who happens to be dating your friend that you don't talk to, you don't go to dinner with, you don't speak to directly, you don't know this person. You know of this person. They first tweet that you're a sexual predator 50 times, for example, hypothetically. And they actively work to ruin your career. And then they reach out to you and say, hey bro, let's talk by email. We can work this out. Do you think for a moment that you're gonna respond to that email? Oh, and by the way, did he email Vic? No. He emailed the Rangers. Vic's email was public. And just in case it wasn't, his fiance has been friends with the man for 20 years. I think she has his email address. But instead of emailing victhewop@aol.com, he emails the Risenbull Rangers email to talk to Vic? What? And by the way, you just, in the process of ruining the career of Vic Mignogna, you derided and insulted the Risen Pool Rangers on multiple occasions as just a teen girl fan squad, saying that they were a hate group that Vic mobilized to launch a foray of hate against his detractors or whatever, as if he is Darkside Vic. Like, you did that too, you idiot. You blasted all of the people involved in the process, and then you were boggled like a child in an IKEA about why they didn't want to talk to you. But Nick wouldn't get those sweet super chats if there was no battle, would he? Yes! Yes, my show is independent of Vic Mignogna. It existed before, it will exist afterwards. But I planned it all. Master plan. I'm the genius. By the way, I figured out how to rub those shekels right out of pockets. Nick wanted you all to believe we wanted him dead. You did want him dead, in the dirt, destroyed. All while ignoring our actual words and documents that are in the court record. The ones in the court record? What about the words and documents that are also in the court record, that are also in the public record? The ones that you did that led up to his destruction. Remember those words and documents? Remember all of that? I do. Why? Because it's easier to get money out of people when they are charged emotionally. No. No, it's not always easier to get money out of people when they're charged emotionally. Plus, I don't ask people to send me money. Ever. I will ask people to send Vic money. Here, let me real quickly do the GoFundMe for Vic Kicks Back. We are talking about this here. Might as well bring it up. $280,640 for Vic Kicks Back. Hey, thank you to Roger Bjornrud, Anonymous, which is me, Tom Young, Anonymous, which is me, Tracy Sinclair. Thank you guys for your donations to Vic's GoFundMe. So thank you all for doing that and continuing to support it, even in these languid times, right? Even in these languid times. Yesterday would have been, or today, I guess, would have been the filing date for Vic's response, but it has been pushed back to June 19th. So, so that is that. But, yeah. So then, here we go. Let's see. Comfort said, there's now enough posts about this clown to fill a large book. Just imagine if he actually wastes his time reading it all. To be fair, that should at least count for something. Reading is reading. God, oh, sorry. So, Dopey Catch You Next Tuesday has responded to Ron Toye's screed, says, listen, I know you just wrote a paragraph and all, but literally everything you say means absolutely nothing until you get yourself verified. We have a system here where persons of interest of any given event or situation we are currently observing and commenting on have to prove they're part of, that they are that particular individual. It's needed because we get tons of people who sign up to parody or pretend to be other people, and all it does is spread misinformation and confuse people and make a mess of things. Prove that you're actually Ron Toye and we'll listen to what you have to say and engage. If not, you're wasting your time typing paragraphs that no one will read or pay attention to. There's a process here. Follow it. This isn't Twitter. Fair. Very fair. Oh, wait. Sebastian Anon says, silly Nick, remotes don't have carriage returns. That's true. They don't. I always forget these things. Nova Zero says, wait, Nick, you said mongrel. Could you do a small test for us? by lowering your tone a bit and say in a seething voice, Zashu, please, followed by a bellowing ha ha ha. Zashu. I don't know what you want from me. I don't know what that's for. How does the drinking game work? I take a sip of Lagavulin 8-year every time, which is 48% alcohol, by the way, every time Ron has a post. Okay. Kari Kamiya responds to Ron's endless yipping. Probably shouldn't be surprised sociopaths, if this is the sheepdog, are allergic to paragraphs. Okay, so Ron is responding to Wedge here. Hey, Ronnie, how the F are you? We are very proud of you for not murdering Monica. Great job. Has anyone ever told you that you look like a Chinese bootleg version of Clint Howard? Speaking of cheap things, I can PayPal you a 10 spot for nudes of your old lady. I want to see if that poon was worth the trouble. Ugh. Has this been worth all the trouble? Do you think the witch hunt has made it easier for women to step forward? Do you think it's made it easier to believe women of sexual assault? Who would you rather have sex with, Ty Beard or Nick? We actually read this when Ty was on the stream, but let's do this real quick. Those are great questions. Thank you for being proud of me. Monica is Spanish, so she keeps me in line. Spanish race joke. I haven't been told I look like a bootleg Clint Howard, but now I can say I have. I do not know who that is, but I will Google it later. I won't sell the nudes, but I can say it is 100% worth it. No! I won't sell the nudes, implying that they exist. Some nobody, you say Spain is a country, not a race. Listen, we all know the truth here. We all know the truth. I do think us speaking up and standing up to the harassment has made it easier for people to share their stories. I don't think it has. I don't think it has at all, actually. And I think you actually know that. The people who will or won't believe is always going to be a struggle. You're good at dealing with struggles, Ron, right? Right? How do you deal with struggles, Ron? I'm gonna kill a judge's kid. How is that? How do you deal with struggle? I'm gonna kill a judge's kid. Is it by How do you deal with struggles, Ron? Okay. The most important thing is the people who come forward know they are not alone. The sex question is tough. Gun to my head, had to make a choice. I feel like Nick would at least be funny. Funny? Funny? Ron's into funny sex? That's weird. And he seems to know a lot about cucks and weird stuff, so it seems he would be more versed in the sack. Ron, are you saying I'm more experienced in the kinks that you share? Is that what it is? The kinks that you hold? I've never been with a dude, but if it came down to it, Nick. Oh my god, I'm flattered, but no. Never. Never. Ugh. Hey Nick, would you rather have sex with Ty or Ron? A shotgun that's loaded and then goes off. Ugh. Weirdo with a cello says, Ron's smarter than you think. In places like New York City, a remote may be the only remaining means of legal self-defense. Touché. Okay, so Ron responds to Dopey Catch You Next Tuesday, says, my Twitter is suspended. You can choose to believe you want, but this is me. Your Twitter was suspended. Ron, remember how you dunked on me for having a suspended Twitter because of all the hateful things I said? Remember that? Remember that, Ron? It was maybe I shouldn't be such a hateful person and violating all the hate rules of Twitter? Remember that, you disingenuous piece of shit? I didn't do anything hateful. Twitter's just stupid. And now you know that. Now you get to experience that. Welcome to the world. I'm happy to have you with me. It's so great. You hateful little monster. You must be a horrific racist if Twitter threw you off. Oh my God, how else could you be? And now you're on alt-right, doxing, white nationalist, ethno-state website, The Kiwi Farms. Ron is falling. Maybe they should have asked if he'd rather have sex with me, Ty, or Richard Spencer, and see what Ron answers. I read it, and that's not Ron from Non-Transferable. Bro, you should know better. How about take a chance? Ask a question and see what you get, wink face. Gross. Gross. Username sucks says, I'm curious about that video of Monica enabling you to hug that uncomfortable girl. Seems like something Shane would do, but man, coming from you, that's interesting. You could ask the owner of the video. She cleared it up with Kung Geek Some. Oh, listen to this motherfucker. Listen, can you believe this response? Ron, every video you've shared has been cleaned up by the owner. All of them. It doesn't matter what they say, right, Ron? It's still creepy, right, Ron? Jesus Christ. One of the folks from I Stand With Vic gonna put up money to get Ronnie to fight someone. If there was a way to do it legally, I would be down, and I would donate the proceeds to charity. Ron, no one would give you money for the fight. The proceeds would go to charity for the fight, you weirdo. Dopey, catch you next Tuesday trying to get Ron verified. 100% authentic. Oh, here we go. Sorry, I owe 2. Ron Toy 8. You could ask the owner of the video. Yeah. Didn't you make assumptions of videos of Vic hugging people without asking the video owners? Yes. And after they were already debunked. In fact, he did that to me in DMs, and I pointed out to him the debunking, and he said it was still creepy. It doesn't matter. Wait until he gets verified. Such a rules Nazi. Dopey, catch you next Tuesday. Is jeez. My point on this is this. You are free to form your opinion, so am I, coupled with personal accounts that solidifies the opinion. That's not how it works, Ron. Again, let's talk through this. For those in the back, Ron, assuming arguendo, every personal experience you know about, like the cuck in the corner, because you weren't there for any of them, by the way. But assuming every one of those experiences is exactly true in the way they said it, okay? So assuming Vic assaulted Monica, assuming he pulled Jamie Markey's hair over her blubber or whatever it is, assuming the lie about Sarah Breckmeyer having a non-consensual kiss, all of that, ignoring, of course, that they had been texting for over a year, that he had taken her out to several meals, and that this was not like some random occurrence or anything like that. Ignore all of that. Ignore everything and just say, arguendo, everything you say about these personal experiences that you personally know about are all true, okay? That doesn't make the video where the owner of the video says this was a consensual encounter suddenly a non-consensual encounter because of the other things that you personally know about. There is no way to take the consensual encounter and make it non-consensual based on what you know about someone else and their interactions. It doesn't work that way. Would you think it would make sense for me to try and sue you or come geek some for sharing their opinion? Ron! You've talked about suing all of the YouTubers over our opinions. You've talked about it. You've threatened me with it. Remember when you backpedaled real hard because you realized how dumb it was to threaten me to shut up or else? Right? Remember when that happened, Ron? You are the one doing this. Everything you do is projection, isn't it? Who else has threatened to sue you? Nobody. Who are you threatening to sue? A whole bunch of people, presumably, but I think me in particular. Good luck, my friend. I'm gonna pre-drink the drink for this chat, because I need it. Have I tried to sue anyone during the past almost 2 years of constant harassment? You're not getting harassed. You know what's great? Ron's Twitter was suspended. The harassment towards Ron Toye, gone. Immediately, right? Automatically gone. Whatever he defined as harassment no longer exists because he's not on Twitter. At any time, Ron could just take Tyler the Creator's advice. Just close your eyes. Just turn off the screen. Damn. Like, that's it. You're not getting bullied or harassed. No one's doing anything that you can not avoid very easily. And you did. You muted it. Or no, you didn't mute it. You went protected, but you didn't go full protected, did you? Because you had to go out and read every comment about you, didn't you, Ron? You had to do it because you're a weirdo who's a masochist, who's obsessed with himself, probably narcissistic. Videos, emails to my employers, etc. Nope. Why? First Amendment. That's not why. You're not doing it because you've been sued. That's the only reason. You can thank me for that, Ron, because I planned this lawsuit before I even knew who Vic was, and I forced him to sue you, and it was great. And I will force him to sue you again. There's nothing you can do to hide from me, Ron. I will force everybody to sue you. That's the power that I wield in this magic tongue. I will force everybody to sue you. I disagree with most of the opinions, but in the end, my actions have led to your opinions being formed. That's true. This isn't complicated. It is complicated because you're saying something different now than you said in those DMs. Let's see. Ron again, responding to Ripperoni6. Aw, damn, jumped the gun on this one. Oh, well, if it is him, hopefully we'll get a good spurg out of him. And I do not plan to spurg out. You already did. You posted like a 200 words. 200. You posted a several hundred word screed. I don't know how many it was, but it was a lot. I don't think that term is very considerate of people who are on the spectrum. But that is your choice of words. Oh my God, look at this guy. Look at this guy. I wanted to take a few minutes to answer questions. It seems like people are worried about fake accounts, but I let the people know I will post a pic with a Kiwi to prove it. I volunteered to FaceTime. Not sure how the verification process works, but it is what it is. I will follow the rules and answer the questions asked. You would. You would. You've already spurged out in the moron thread. Great start. You still need to get verified. I am trying. Cross-posting from the moron thread for the folks here. That is a little rude and controlling, but I am working on it. What? I sent a few suggestions to the admin who emailed me the verification request. Little rude and controlling? Okay. They controlling if this is a real Ron Toye pot meat kettle. Very funny. Oh God, Ron, stop with these little things. You got Kiwi Farms. You can't ever tag him if you don't want him to immediately answer. He is a compulsive narrative driver. He must respond. He must do it. The only times he's not doing it, honestly, I want you to consider this, because you know I love the Kiwis. Love them. They're great. Even when they make fun of me. That's great. I love you guys. But Ron is a compulsive responder. And when he is not responding, it's because he has a literal broomstick suspending him from the wall by the anus. Okay? That's it. Other than that, he must respond. So if you're waiting for him to get verified, you can't say, hey, Artard, don't talk until you're verified. He will respond to that and say, I am trying to be. You must know. He must tell you that he is doing it and it is your fault he's not verified yet. It's not me, it's the mod. I'm trying to verify, but it's the mod who's doing it. The mod is not verifying me. I'm trying to follow the rules. I proposed a different rule, but this is what they want. You can't do it. You can't do it. He has to respond. Until someone slaps the phone away, he will. So, okay. I was just trying to help speed it up, but I will do what they asked to verify my account. The system is antiquated, but it is your turf, and I will respect the rules. See? Look at that. Look at it. Control the message. It's not my fault that you guys are slow. It's antiquated. Fallacy of antiquity, Ron. Just because something is old doesn't mean it's bad. Antiquated systems that work shouldn't be changed. Craze King says, it's just standard procedure to 1, stop people pretending to be the others, 2, verify the actual person. Sure, you wouldn't like anyone pretending to be you if you are indeed Ron Toye. He's got to change. Look at the compulsive responses. I'm gonna die. Gonna die, and we're not even close. I appreciate it. I wish Twitter did the same. Twitter does have a verification process. I will follow the rules. I'm just happy to be able to talk a little more about things. I think there's been a lot of confusion. I look forward to doing an AMA on here. Why? Hold him to that, please. If you do nothing else for me ever, Kiwi, somehow get him to do an AMA. God, it would be funny. I know he won't actually do it, but oh, please. Here we go. Responding to Foolish Samurai. Wait, if this is indeed the real Ron Toye, wouldn't that make him an incel troll? After all, only incel trolls would go here. I feel that I am more of a person coming to answer questions versus joining the ranks of the troll army. That's how you feel now, Ron, but that's not who you are anymore. You're a Kiwi farmer. You're in the army. You're on the spectrum of Kiwi farms. I won't be visiting here too often. Fucking lie. Hourly. At worst. Hourly. Most likely every 10 minutes. Just like everybody else who goes to the Kiwi farms. Just like everybody else. You're like, I wonder what Kiwi farms is saying about X. Right? And you go and check. Of course you do. Just wanting to answer a few questions here where there are people who have concerns or doubts. Why? What reason do you have? It's a troll army. You just said it. They're trolls, they're incels, nothing. None of their opinions matter, right? Why would you go and try and change their minds? They're a personal army of me, as you have stated. Ty and I wield the Kiwi farms like swords and hammers or whatever in some autismo roleplay. So why would you try and change their minds? Were you lying then or lying now? Or are you just lonely because you lost Twitter and your fiance thinks you're insufferable, which is why she's still your fiance? And Ron, if she does ever marry you, if she does, I expect an invitation to your druidic online wedding, and I expect a thank you note from you, because it will only be the only reason she will ever marry you is because I have bullied you so damn hard about being a permacuck who will never marry that thing that she will have to prove me wrong. She'll have to. So, in advance, you're welcome. Please invite me to your druidic online ceremony. I will attend via Zoom. All right. Oh. Okay, so Fluffy Tet says, Doubt, look, Ron, this is you and not some goofball playing stupid games. I'm going to give you the best advice you've ever had and probably end up pissing some folks off. I'm going to do this because you remind me of my dad in too many ways. Way too many ways. You need serious mental and emotional help. Get both a psychiatrist and a psychotherapist. Have someone who doesn't like you, there's a few, to help you with this so you can get someone who is impartial, not someone who will softball it for you. Tell you what you want to hear and to collect a paycheck. You need someone who will help you confront painful internal things to help you rip off the Band-Aid. If not, your job will continue using you as the butt of jokes and a way to punish people. That's hilarious, by the way. At the office where Ron works, one of the punishments for whatever is that they have to have Ron on the screen of their phone as their phone picture for like a week or a day or something. He's literally, his image is a punishment to the people around him. Awful. The online community will keep making fun of you both to your face. Fun of you both to your face like we do, and behind your back like KickVic does. You don't want to end up as the guy with nobody next to his deathbed in the final days, save for one or two people. Improve yourself so you're not a punchline, Ron. That's a good post. Very, very polite. Okay, next page. Anonymous makes a post that I can't even read online. He responds to Ron Giant Screed, learn to use paragraphs, you dumb, figgy-looking shit weasel. So, TLDR. Thank you. Okay, let's get to the next Ron post. Oh my goodness. There's not 30 pages of this because Ron actually stops replying after a while. Just so you know. Okay. So, Dead Fry. Well, like the real Ron Toye, he says he thinks if he says it enough, it'll make it true. Seems to me he's working extra hard to convince himself as well as others. I'm not here to try and convince anyone. You literally just said you're here to answer questions for people who have doubts or concerns. Why would you answer questions to people who have doubts or concerns if not to give them information to convince them in a different perspective? That's the idea of addressing doubts and concerns, is to change their minds, right? Because that's what Vic was doing when he addressed the concerns at his rumor panels. Right, Ron? He was trying to convince everyone to do the opposite. That's the standard that you hold, is that when someone wants to address something for people who have an issue, that they're automatically trying to force them to change their mind or coerce them or convince them. That's your standard. No one else's. You can't live up to it. Some won't even believe Vic's own words. LOL! Why would they believe mine? So I don't try to make anyone believe. I just answer the questions people ask and share my opinions. Take it or leave it. That's your choice, but my right. It's not. No, Ron, you're on the Kiwi farms. You don't actually have any rights. That's the funny thing. You don't. Null is very clear on that. You don't have rights on the Kiwi farms. You could be banned for anything. Post a video to Zoom's channel. That'd be great. Bubble Butt says, if this is Ron Rainbow, please pay more attention to your clients and less to your fucking phone, you dip switch. Notice the time, and I can take breaks to have a little fun. No one else can, though, right? Everybody else, it's always... the timing that they do stuff doesn't matter, right, Ron? Right? Francis York Morgan says, also get verified. I didn't realize I was getting graded on my grammar or sentence structure. Get verified. Verify who you are, you idiot. It has nothing to do with your bad grammar and your bad sentence structure. You're always being graded on your grammar and sentence structure. It's the internet. There's a grammar Nazi around every corner. There are more grammar Nazis than real Nazis. Ripperoni, why don't you answer this question, Ron? I did answer that question. Do you have another one? Dean Patel says, hey man, we all get it. A soylent cuck like Ron Toye comes along. Morbid curiosity overrides your more logical faculties, and you just want to ask some questions. The reason I know it's not the real Ron is because a true sheepdog would have marched straight for Null's office to get verified. Then come to tell us how he's slain the evil lasagna in court, how we all just don't understand, or whatever rationalizations he needs to not neck himself. Edit. Fuck, that's a burn if I ever saw one. Bro, Monica's gonna need a new set of chompers with how much that pissed the ugly little F slur off. Guarantee it. I don't know what that's from. You were in for a surprise. This sheepdog did what they asked. Wink. But I am not here to pick fights or engage in name calling. If you have a question, ask it and I will answer. If not, cool. But I heard there were people on here who wanted an opportunity to chat. Why would you give it to him? You weirdo. Is that cancel culture? Because wait, what? Ripperoni said, my apologies won't happen again. Oh, because Dopey Catch You Next Tuesday says, stop engaging for F's sakes. My apologies won't happen again. Ron, is that cancel culture? Because it kind of sounded like cancel culture. No, Ron, it's not cancel culture. It's the rules of the discussion forum you're on. It's not even a rule. It's more of a suggestion, but okay. Gonna kill me. Gonna kill me. Hope y'all are in for a long stream, because it looks like this is going to be a long stream. Ron Toy said, yeah, not try to convince anyone. Assuming you are who you say you are, what you're doing would be a poor attempt at gaslighting everyone about Vic's words. Vic didn't admit to everything. The only thing you guys tried to twist into an admission said he admitted to playing with Marky's hair. Difference there is she's accusing him of assault, which he categorically denied. Ron's a manipulative piece of shit. The only saving grace is that he's also a potato. Ron! Run! I hear JF is trying to get to Texas right now. Hey, listen, Ronnie boy, I would like to have a chat with you. If he were any more intelligent, that would legitimately be terrifying. Edit to avoid double posting. No, it's not. Cancel culture is destroying someone's career life over some social justice bullshit. Similarly inconsequential, non-criminal, offensive to the easily offended. Ron, replying to Dead Fry says, that is your opinion. Thank you for sharing. You useless asshole, making me take a sip of whiskey for that? For that? We know it was his opinion. Because he said it. This man is a compulsive responder. Look at that. He immediately has to... I can't stress this enough. He must even control the narrative about what is facially true. If someone posts something that's their words, ostensibly, the default is, of course, that's their opinion. But he has to establish that that's that guy's opinion, tacitly stating that it's not true. Right? Of course. It's a minimize, mitigate, control. And it's compulsive. He's not doing this cognizably. He doesn't possess the faculty for it. It's his defense mechanism. It's his response. I guess the opinion would be, is it gaslighting or not? But you are misrepresenting what Vic said. That is a fact. Ron, and you are a potato. That is a fact. Especially if you can't wrap your head around simple concepts like cancel culture. Non-transferable. I read it and that's not wrong. How does it feel to be this wrong? Look at the triumph. Look at the triumph. If your detective skills and powers of observation are demonstrated here, I understand things clearer now. Ron. Ron doesn't realize that he actually self-owned in a way here. Ron, they doubted the presentation of information until evidence arrived. Until they were proven wrong. They said, I won't accept at face value this thing because I want something to solidify the presentation of what's in front of me. If you had done that, you still wouldn't have tweeted about Vic being a sexual predator. Because you would have never gotten the verification that they just got. Ever. This is embarrassing. We don't trust that on a troll page, as you have categorized it, someone is being honest about who they are when it makes no sense for that person to come to said troll page and would be against any life advice, much less legal advice. So we want proof. So then you had to provide them proof. That's good detective work. That's getting the facts. Oh my God. Okay. He's responding to Dead Fry earlier about the opinions. So explain to me what Vic admitted to and how someone else could possibly interpret his actions differently. Wait, I thought you said... Didn't you say people could interpret this thing differently and that's the entire basis for the lawsuit? He mentioned back in the day you could have a disagreement with someone and move on well. He chose to sue versus moving on even after I reached out to him. Ron! You ruined everything he had going. An email conversation with a moron isn't going to fix that. But look at this. It's gatekeeping towards progress, right? Vic had one option in this. Spoiler alert, he had 0 options in this. Ron is being a disingenuous prick about what never happened and couldn't have happened. Had it happened, we don't know what Ron would have actually done. We don't know how Ron would have actually taken the next steps and what he would have actually done, and if the harassment of Vic would have continued, if the destruction of Vic's career would have continued. We have no idea. All we know is Ron saying now, a year removed from that, more than a year removed from that, and a whole lot of hindsight later, that things would have gone better for him. That's all. But he's gatekeeping. If Vic would have done this, then everything would have stopped and gone away. You don't get to gatekeep progress or healing or recovery or even just living your life. You don't get to do that to someone. You don't get to decide that one path is the only path that they can take. But Ron must control. He must. He chose Sue versus moving on even after I reached out to him. There is zero chance he didn't see it because we all know who runs his site, so there is that. No, Ron, there is a more than zero chance that he didn't see it. I don't know. I actually have no idea if Vic ever saw that email. But he's implying that because Vic's mom, I guess, runs the Risen Bull Rangers, that Vic would have automatically seen that email. That's not a true statement. It's likely that he would see it, but is there a zero chance? No, it's something higher than zero chance. I emailed them the requested photo, so he verified himself. Good job, Ron. Okay. So he's going back to Dead Fry now. Vic's words. Notice he already responded to this post. He already responded to this post. So cancel culture is destroying someone's career life over some social justice BS? What would you call what Nick does? Who have I destroyed? Whose career have I gone after on social justice? What employer have I contacted? What person have I convinced to tell someone to not hire someone else? Name one. I'll wait. Or what the people who email my office. I don't know who they are. Make YouTube videos? What's a YouTube video? Me, Zyber Warrior. Destroyed Russell Greer. You accidentally destroyed Shane. That wasn't my fault. I didn't tell people to ruin Shane. Shane told people to ruin himself. Are they not also reacting to some social justice bullshit? No. Would you agree that is a bit hypocritical? I say no, but do you think you should be free to tell people things that you have experienced or your opinion of things? See, there it is, right? There's the difference. There's the difference. I have never once called Ron's work or sent an email to them or suggested anyone do. I actually suggest the opposite. Please don't ever email Ron's work or contact Ron or his bosses in any way. Please don't. That would be terrible. It's not what this is about. But he's just sharing things that he had experienced. Notice, and suddenly it's what he's experienced. But Ron, the trick in all this is that you didn't experience any of it. You're going off of what other people have said to you and your interpretation of that. Okay. Let's see. If so, what if your opinion is different from someone else? If they disagree, are they social justice warriors? No, Ron. No, Ron. What if you did something, it bothered someone else, you didn't realize it for one reason or another? Are they not able to voice their position? No, they should. To you. To you. You should tell the person, hey, I didn't like that. I get those emails all the time. I'm going to get them for this stream because it's an abject disaster. I get those emails all the time. I didn't like that you did this. And my options are at that point to say, hey, thanks for the advice. I'll work on whatever. Or, hey, thanks for the advice. Sorry you didn't like it, but that's sometimes how it goes. You know, that's my option. That doesn't make them social justice warriors. But here's the thing. If you don't like what I do, you should talk to me, not YouTube. It shouldn't be, I don't like what he did in this video. He should be removed from the platform. Well, fuck me. No, it should be, hey, I don't like what you did in this video. And then I can say cool, or I can say F off. But you shouldn't run to YouTube to do it. You shouldn't tell Kamea-Khan that they can't have Vic. That's what you shouldn't do, Ron. You shouldn't go out and have a bitch fest on Twitter. Finally being addicted to the attention you've been craving forever, telling people that Vic is a sexual predator and that he doesn't deserve to work anymore. And then suddenly change your script a year later. What if that happened to you? Would you voice your opinion? No, I'd sue you. Or whatever. Cheryl, oh wait. Cheryl Gnome says lol mad to Ron Toye. Yeah, he is mad. Absolutely. He does not have control of the narrative, especially on Kiwi farms. It's going to burn him up. Yes, all these messages are on May 14th, I know. He went in a spurt. Explain to me what Vic admitted to and how someone else could possibly interpret blah, blah, blah. That's not how that works, sweetheart. You asserted that Vic admitted to everything. Post the proof of that. Point me in the record. I'm going to just leave these here, and then he's got the denials right there, which is great. Alanon says, get yourself verified already. This is the one place in the entirety of the internet where you can pretend to be important enough to get a blue check mark next to your name instead of needing to reassure yourself with the fact that your fiance got one. She is way cooler than I am. We know. This isn't an example of mad. I'm asking a question. It is worth debate. No, it's not actually worth debate, Ron. That's the problem. You don't get to... And again, this is the control, right? Like, he can't just roll with the joke. He must narrative the shit out of his screed. He must. No, it's not me being mad. I'm just asking questions. It is worth debate. They disagree. Clearly. I'm taking small sips because I will die. Assuming you're actually Ron, why did you wait until now to speak on here? You joined back in January. Ron has had this account since January. Oh my God. How embarrassing. So Ron responded to Dead Fry with the bullet list below sets forth examples of your online statements that defame Mr. Mignana. Wait. What? So he's saying that Vic admitted to everything. Post proof in that. Point me in the record. So he points to the record. Let's break this down for a second. You asserted that Vic admitted to everything. Post the proof of that. Point me in the record. The bullet lists below set forth examples of your online statements that defame Mr. Mignana. When you say something in a lawsuit defames you, because this is Vic's lawyer saying that Vic is being defamed, that is not an admission. That is calling it a lie that did damage. The Twitter statement on February 6, 2019 says, dropping in to say this, stop harassing my friends and colleagues. You want the truth? It happened to me. I had hoped it wouldn't come to this, but here we are. I don't owe you anything, but if it'll stop it from happening to someone else, and so be it. This statement is not defamatory, or this statement is defamatory and false because a mutual consensual kiss 12 years ago is not assault or sexual assault pursuant to Texas law. Your statement that it happened to me, blah, 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 blah. That's not an admission. That's a mutual consensual kiss. Is not an admission of guilt of sexual assault. Oh my God. Did I drink for that one? Whew. So then Law Twitter is dumb, responds to cancel culture thing. If you are Ron, you shouldn't have tweeted over 400 plus times calling Vic a pedophile, a rapist, and more things, and claiming to march in 100s of whammon and show us tons of receipts. You also shouldn't have contacted tons of conventions, messing with Vic's contracts and forcing people into removing him. It's not any of our or Nick's or Vic's fans' faults. You're an insufferable piece of shit that just naturally attracts people that want to protect them from your abusive, manipulative tendencies. So that's not proof. Show us things not in filings, like you and your broad promise last year. So then Ron responds to himself. He responds to himself. Seems weird they would admit there was a kiss here and then change the story later. Weird, right? No. Where have they changed the story? Where have they changed the story? You know what? Give me a second, guys. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll leave you with a wide shot of Chair Kun. Sorry. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Ron's posting too much. Cheryl Gnome replies to Ron, beat your wife more. Oh my goodness. Alanon says, I don't disagree about her being way cooler, but I'll withhold the effort to further comments until you've proven you're a dweeb in a legal battle and not a dweeb pretending to be one. Lots of gamer words on here. Just crazy. Okay. I have never accused him of rape. I have actually cleared this up many times. Ron, sexual assault is rape in Texas. Go back and look at those 400 responses to people who are tweeting at me. Those were replies to people. The only person pushing the phrase rape is Nick Rekieta. That's because the legal definition of rape in Texas is sexual assault. It is all over his videos. How embarrassing. LOL. Ron, I hope you understand. I hope you understand, Ron. I'm trying to inform you of the danger that you're in. Because the reason it's important that you're accusing him of rape, when you say sexual assault, or when you describe a sexual assault, for example, is because that makes it per se defamatory rather than per quad defamatory, because rape or sexual assault or whatever is an unlawful sexual act. So to accuse of someone of that without it being true, that's per se defamation. That's worse. I'm trying to tell you what you've done, Ron, and how everybody read it. And here's the really nefarious aspect of this. You know how they read it. You know that. Because at least one of your stupid affiants believes that. And so do you. you liar. All right. Dead Fry says, Ho's mad. One, I'm not responsible for other people calling Ron's office. Neither is Nick. Hey, thank you. You inserted yourself into a public controversy, making you a limited purpose public figure. Criticism is perfectly fine, and I haven't seen any lies about you. They're dropping those receipts, unlike you and Monica. 3, you gotta lie in the bed you made. The only reason this shit is happening to you is because you fired the first shot. Foolishly, you did it on the internet, not in the court of law. People saw how ridiculous you and Monica and Marky and many others were acting compared to how Vic was acting, and that made a bunch of chaotic neutrals interested in you. It follows the loudest people usually have the most to hide. Law Twitter's dumb says, sexual assault is rape in Texas. Thank you. Edit, accusing people of rape is not free speech. I'm not going to pull this. Is a link to Texas state law. And then it's in his own thread somewhat, so I think it's fine. Pending verification, Ron Toya is thread banned. Highly likely it is him, though. So that's from Damien. So let's get to where he is no longer thread banned. We're going to just skip ahead to... Oh, Dead Fry has an interesting comment here. Story hasn't changed. Vic has always maintained anything that happened between him and any woman was consensual. Situation as Monica described was denied. Vic never denied kissing her. Hell, he's gone on the record twice stating he's never been sexually attracted to Jamie Markey, but that's not the same for Monica. Which is why many of us think part of Monica's motives are because she was eventually rejected. No, that wouldn't be it. It's never, ever has a rejected woman felt that way. Never once would someone who was rejected and less popular have gone on a vindictive spree against someone. I've never heard of that. It's almost like there's a popular American idiom about it. What is it? A woman scorned? Something like that, right? Like a popular English phrase. Never mind. Edit. Also, if you are Ron, have you ever asked her why she went back to his room right after she claims he assaulted her? She doesn't say she was forced and had a perfect escape opportunity with dinner. Speaking of changing stories, Monica's allegation kept evolving. You'd think she would have been better rehearsed, being an actress and all. And then there was Stan Dolan stating he didn't remember anything like that happening, and if it did, he would have remembered it. Hilarious. Monica chose to name someone who'd left the industry. Was that because she thought he wouldn't ever find out that she used his name to bolster her crumbling narrative? Good questions. Good questions. Here we go. Here's Ron Toye. Responding to Adak Ame says, so how does it feel to not have changed from being the absolute inhuman monster that threatened both his wives, threatened to chop up her dog, threatened a judge and his family? Because you can say you've changed, but the behavior traits and warning signs are pointing to the conclusion that cannot be denied that you haven't changed from being the inhuman monster that you were. Damn. Fiery. Fiery. I won't attempt to justify those empty, immature words. What was empty or immature about that at all? He could have just called you a bunch of gamer words. It's the Kiwi Farms. You can do that. So he could have done that instead, but he didn't. I was making threats in response to the information I received, and it was stupid. Oh my God, some introspection. But Ron, you're missing the point. You respond with threats immediately. I should have just expressed what I was really feeling. Oh, so it was a lie? Versus bowing to toxic masculinity standard of showing no fear and not admitting you are hurting. No! No! Ron, no! Oh God, somebody get this man a Soylent. Pass it to him immediately. Quick! Stat! Pump tofu into his veins! Could you imagine? Could you imagine if he would have responded? Ron could have stopped the entire lawsuit. All Ron had to do was go on Twitter and say, I'm afraid and hurting over 400 times. That would have been way better. It would have been a much better response. Ron, why did you fall into toxic masculinity? I hope you didn't get disciplined by Monica as a result. So then, Law Twitter is dumb. He's responding to that. Says, what would you call it? That is a legal document that clearly states there was a kiss. So when did he lie? Wait, he didn't. You did. Was it in the takedown request or deposition? See, you won't believe Vic's words. That is what I am not here to why I'm not here to convince anyone. Just answer the questions I can. Consensual kisses are not what Monica described in any way. Oh, God. All right, let's get back to this. Here's the part you were avoiding, dipshit. You haven't changed from the inhuman monster you were back then. You just sprayed some cheap paint over it to hide it. So then he goes back to this response to Dead Fry. This was a kiss. No, or notice how they admit there was a kiss. The problem is they can't determine if it was consensual or not. No, it says a consensual kiss. Only she can. No, that's actually not true. Someone else can determine if the kiss that they gave to someone was consensual. That's a pretty simple thing to do. Like if I go to kiss Lady Rackets and she doesn't want to be kissed, she will just move or do literally anything else. But when she kisses me back, I can determine it was a consensual kiss. Pretty damn simple. I don't need her to affirmatively state so. It kind of plays out that way. If they knew it happened, why would they encourage him to sue when matters of opinions are not actionable? When the event had matters of opinion, it's not a matter of opinion whether or not it was consensual at the time. It's a fact question about the state of mind of both parties, Ron. One that is determined by a jury or a judge, a fact finder. A fact finder needs to have evidence presented by both sides to suggest whether or not it was consensual. And then they can make the determination of fact about whether or not it was consensual. You don't get to then, a decade later, just say, well, it wasn't consensual because I say so now. That's not how that works. It has to be balanced. You have to determine if something was consensual. That's a fact question. When matters of opinion are not actionable, when the event happened admitted by him through his legal team. There's a whole bunch of other stuff than the kiss, by the way. Grabbing the arms, holding her down, climbing on top of her, all of those things. But what's happening here, Ron? Are we getting right now? Pro tip, we are. Are we getting right now Ron Toye admitting that Monica had a consensual encounter with Vic at AzumiCon, which is the only story that actually makes sense about the entire thing, is that at the convention, Monica went to Vic's room. Monica and Vic kissed, or whatever. They had some sort of makeout session, and then they decided not to pursue it after that. Is that what's going on, Ron? Are we just having an interpretive difference clouded by 13, 14, however many years now? Is that what's happening? I feel like that might be what's happening here. That the interpretation isn't the problem on Vic's side. And the reason that Monica never said anything about it, even to Vic's fiance, was because it was consensual, wasn't it? Oh, wouldn't that change things a little bit? Because see, all of this makes sense really quickly if it's consensual. Standalin makes sense. Okay, I walk in. These two look kind of awkward, but whatever. It doesn't mean anything because no one's actually hurt or scared in this situation. Because if they were just making out, they're just making out. Sandalin walks in. Returning to the room after dinner, that makes sense. You just made out with the person. Go back to their room. You're either going to make out with them again or you're not. You're going to talk. Maybe you want to talk about it. Maybe you want to say, I didn't really, I wasn't really up to that. Or, hey, that was pretty interesting. What are we going to do now? Getting on the phone with Michelle Specht makes sense if it was consensual, in the sense that she doesn't tell Michelle Specht. Now, if it's not consensual, this doesn't make sense at all. None of these things make sense in a non-consensual situation where someone has door after door after door open to them to take care of what just happened. Has Standalin there who will protect her. Has Michelle Specht. She can go ahead and say, yeah, your boyfriend or fiance or whatever he was at the time just completely creeped out and tried to kiss me and it was not good. I want to talk to you about that. None of these things happened, and all of those would make sense in a non-consensual kiss. But in a consensual kiss, the rest of the story actually lines up just fine. Holy shit. Gee, wouldn't that be weird if Vic shared a consensual, sexual-ish, quasi-sexual encounter with Monica Rial while they were both aspiring rising star voice actors, alone in a hotel room together, voluntarily at a convention where they're being adored by everybody, watching a movie that they both recorded together. Does that make sense? Or does the non-consensual... Oh, damn, we have a problem, don't we? Okay. Weird. So one story details were added when it was the right time. The other changed their story 3 or more times. Interesting. Holy shit! The other changed their story 3 or more times. That's Monica! Oh. So they verified the Ron Toye this time. Responding to Attic Ame, I don't know how you say your name, says, that is your opinion, but even with that, at least there is an attempt. 0 credit for the paint job. Again, I am being decent to you, and you lead with insults, rudeness. Seems like a waste of energy, but that is your choice. Are you being decent to him? You're not actually being decent to him. You didn't answer any of the questions that he asked earlier. And this is Ron trying to be funny. 0 credit for the paint job? You just sprayed some cheap paint over it to hide it. Yeah, ugh. Next from a Weddle Seal says, Ron, all right, now I have 2 questions if you do not mind. Why did you create an account here in January and then wait until now to start talking? 2, are you not even worried about the case coming back on appeals? Some of the stuff that you have said is probably going to be used against you. I'm not worried one bit about it. That is why I'm talking now. Once it is 100% over, I will be free to talk about anything and everything. So are you holding something back now? Piece of advice: to better consolidate your answers, use the quote feature to put everything into a nice post instead of making several separate posts. Also, my liver. Each person you quote will get a specific notification that you've quoted them so they can see your answer. Just to make it a bit easier to sift through posts and whatnot, just hit quote on all the posts you want to answer, then select insert quotes. Look, Dopey, catch you next Tuesday. Ron only survives on Twitter. He doesn't know. Deadfry says, do you have 0 reading comprehension? I know you're a potato, but are you actually functionally retarded? So then he's quoted this guy twice. Quoted him twice. Good job. Also, I haven't said anything that is actionable. Wrong. Actually, that's not true. Ron, your posts on the farms are very, very interesting. But you go with that. It might not make people feel good, but it isn't actionable. It's not about actionability at this point. It's about whether or not they can be used to dispute your narrative. So wait a minute. Like, let's just do a thought rewind exercise. Back to the point where you said that it's suddenly now a difference of opinion about Monica being assaulted by Vic. Well, they can't decide if it was consensual or not. Only Monica can. Oh, no. That's a fact question. You've admitted that that's a fact question, even though you're too stupid to know it. You've suggested that there is some difference of opinion. By the way, you just destroyed summary judgment. Thank you. You've just admitted that there's a difference of opinion about what fact actually occurred. Whether or not a kiss is consensual is a knowable fact. Given omnipotence and omniscience, all knowledge, you can find out whether or not a kiss was consensual. That's the standard for defamation questions of fact. Is it knowable? Not is it easy to know, not can this party figure it out. Is it, in all knowledge, a knowable thing? The consensuality of a kiss is a knowable thing, and you, in this very thread, have raised the fact question of whether or not it was consensual, which also happens to be what Vic did. The difference is it was Vic's job to raise the fact question. It was your job to never fucking admit there was a fact question at all. Have you said anything actionable? Why, yes, you absolutely have. And you went through the painstaking trouble of verifying that it was you. Thank you for that, you idiot. If this comes back on appeals, absolutely your posts matter. Absolutely. Because you said they would lose at summary judgment. You just defeated summary judgment with your fact question. Fucking moron. Plus, if anything was, I would take my lumps and keep on talking. Well, you may end up doing that. Cheryl Gnome says, fuck off already. Do you seriously think your lawyer's okay with this? Are you absolutely fucking insane? Imagine you've been in a lawsuit paying a lawyer $300,000 for over a year. And some random person on Kiwi Farms has more sense than you about it. Good job. Good job. Law Twitter says, since you ignored this and aren't actually answering people's questions, you are completely avoiding the actual question. Quit playing Bernie Sanders. Where are the receipts you and your personal fiancé have promised you would show us for the past year? Also, your 17 affidavits are all hearsay and not evidence that adds anything to any of your claims. Nothing in any hearing was figured as truthful or not, so Vic has never admitted to any of it, but please post those receipts. We've been waiting for a whole year. So this is a repost of what they said earlier. It says, knowing Lemons, he probably either doesn't care or thinks they'll be A-okay after appeals. I think they're very confident about the appeals. I think they are. And they should be. They should be very confident about the appeals. Overturning a court is difficult. I'm hopeful that they will. I'm not expressing. You have not seen me trumpeting, oh, after appeals, they're going to be screwed, blah, blah, blah. No. You haven't seen that because it's appeals, man. Appeals are tough. You're fighting an uphill battle, as I've stated. So we'll see how they go. I hope he has to answer for it, but I can't say anything. All right. And we're going to go probably 30 more minutes, and then we'll have to close it out. 30 more minutes, then super chats, and we'll close it out because and I may have to pick this up at a later time. There are too many Ron posts. And then we had the long issue with Ken Jennings, which I hate that it happened in the way it did, but you know, that looked up a lot of time. Or soaked up a lot of time. Okay, he says, since you've been proven to be legit, Vic denied Monica's allegation, which was sexual assault. He never denied kissing her. Zero reading comprehension. No, you're a potato. But do you see how he had every right to deny it was assault? Matter of opinion. Assault isn't a matter of opinion, you fucking idiot. It's not. It's an intent crime, Ron. Assault is not opinion. It's intent. You have to intend to do something for the purpose of something else. It's not a matter of opinion. In fact, when it's a crime, when assault is a crime, you have to prove it beyond any reasonable doubt. When assault is a civil matter, simple assault as a civil matter, you have to prove it by a preponderance of the evidence like any other civil claim. But that means you have to be 51% more likely that it was assaultive than it was not assaultive. Assaultive is resolvable as a fact issue because it hinges on the intent of the assaulter and a reasonable person's assessment of the assaulter for the assaultee. That's it. And the reasonable person standard is called an objective standard because it means that the ultimate outcome is fucking knowable. Because objectively, a reasonable person would interpret this as assaultive or not. A reasonable person would be scared by this. Now, it's not subjective. If I say I'm going to crush your friggin' skull and you, as a reasonable observer, know that I'm making a joke, that's not assault. If you, as an as a subjective observer who has an irrational fear of having their skull crushed by middle-aged white men, then your fear is unreasonable, and that doesn't make it assault. It's objectively knowable. Assault is not a matter of opinion. Barange, I see you, but no, I'm not singing Take My Breath Away as Lemoyne. How dare you, sir? How dare you take advantage of my love of Top Gun? Okay, sorry, but he had no shot at winning because her interpretation of his action is different. That's not true. I'm channeling my inner Ralph. That's not true. If it never happened, then maybe he could possibly win that one claim. But proving damages after there have been years and years of him going to cons. Listen to this fucking idiot. Years and years of him going to cons and videos showing him admitting people were talking about his actions online make it impossible to diminish his reputation. No, it doesn't. You guys effectively diminished his reputation. Years and years of going to cons. Monica and Jamie and Funimation all make tweets. Suddenly, the cons are canceling. Prior to that, there is no disruption of income. He's not actually libel proof. I know that's the dumb argument your fucking lungless idiot is trying to run, but he's not libel proof. The example of why he's not libel proof is at the time you were libeling him, his reputation was diminished. And obviously so, because before you were libeling him, his reputation was not diminished and he was booked at all of those cons. And then you guys started tweeting, and then suddenly he's no longer booked. You can say that his reputation was not diminishable while it was actively being diminished. That is the opposite of reality, and it can't coexist with what happened. Jesus Christ. I feel like I'm talking to a kindergartner who's dumber than a kindergartner. I don't know how else to say it. Nick did him dirty, and I hope Vic looks into that. I hope Vic does too. I hope Vic takes a long, hard look at how I did him dirty, Ron. Do you think that Vic hasn't looked into how I did him dirty? These people are delusional. These people are fucking insane. Yeah, go ahead and look into it. That would be great. I'm with it. Ron, what he's probably going to do, you know what? You're right, Ron. Vic will probably look into it. He'll determine that I screwed him over for the GoFundMe money that's all going to me anyway. And then what he'll do is he'll say, hey, Ron, I know you destroyed my career, but this Nick guy really destroyed my career. Even though after he started talking, I started going back to conventions that all cancel me. I know he destroyed my career. What I want to do is your lawyer who did this bullshit, who called me a pedophile and a sexual predator in court documents because he's a piece of shit. That lawyer, I want to assign to you and him the right to go after Nick on my behalf. That's what'll happen. That's the likely outcome, you fucking giant dildo. What are you thinking? This is your actual thought process. I can't stress this enough, guys. These people actually think that what is the likely outcome is that Vic will lose on appeals, and then Vic will reassess his life, look at me, and then give me as a sacrificial lamb to the people who are still gatekeeping him, Ron and Monica, to go after me on his behalf. That's what they think will actually occur. This is not a joke. This is not hyperbole. Ron believes this, and more embarrassingly, so does Lemoyne. They believe that that is the likely outcome. That is how disconnected from reality that they are. But maybe they're right. Only time will tell. Hey, what's up, Lisa? Hi. How are you, girl? I miss you. Hope I get to see you at some point. Lisa, go to HawaiiCon or Matsuri. I'm not invited to HawaiiCon yet, but I'm going to try and go anyway. It's in September. Hiya, Ick. Rude. Rude. Lisa calls me Ick. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, I hope Vic looks into that too. That'd be great. So Arakame says, except it isn't an opinion. It's a fact that all this boils down to your need for control, the single defining characteristic that led to all your actions all up until now. It's all about control with you. Monsters are individuals who think their manipulative and deceitful fuckery is normal, when in reality you need to be submitted to a psych ward. You are a manipulative control freak, plain and simple. Golf clap. What's up, Freighter? Law Twitter is dumb says, him denying makes a fact question for a jury. You don't get to decide Vic's side either. You've barely fucking met the dude or have seen him. Whoo. Oh my goodness. What, didn't Vic go on a whatchamacallit, one of those chats? What does he do? The Unlocked. Vic went on the Unlocked app and basically said, I've never met this Ron guy or barely met him or something like that. I seem to remember that. I might be wrong. So he's responding to Law Twitter is dumb. Says, so affidavits are hearsay? No, Ron, your affidavits are hearsay. They are hearsay. Your affidavits don't speak to direct encounters most of the time. In fact, Jennifer lying cunt, her whole affidavit, she was in another fucking continent. And she used someone else's notes to form her opinion for the affidavit, which she admitted on Twitter. Yes, that's hearsay. That's literally her speaking for someone else. Ugh. Then why are you all so sold on me being an abuser? Ron, it's your affidavit. I don't know what to do. How do you deal with someone who has false equivalencies. How do you deal with this? I don't know how to functionally handle this person. So affidavits about what someone else saw about a situation are somehow the same as you saying you beat your wife with the remote. No, Ron. Vic's affidavit and your affidavit are comparable. Why don't you guys mention Vic's affidavit ever? Oh, that's right. He denies everything in it, doesn't he? That's why you don't ever mention it. Those are the only comparable affidavits here, Ron. Your affidavit was about you picking up one of these and laying justice down on your wife at the time. You don't get to minimize that anymore. You put out justice on justice. You put that in your affidavits. Vic wrote an affidavit about his involvement where he denied everything. This is the disconnect you have. That was one affidavit from you. It was you saying under oath what you did versus 17 that were sworn under penalty of perjury. First of all, the 17s, none of them are the victims of anything. There will be more info on that comes out once appeals are finally laughed out of court. Sure there will. Sure there will, Ron. Of course there will. It's always going to come later, isn't it? Why don't you just put it out now? What possible harm could it do to have the info out now? Nothing. Nothing over the past year has prevented them from releasing evidence against Vic in public. Let me be very clear on that. Nothing over the past year would be legally disadvantageous about releasing negative opinion evidence about Vic in public or negative factual evidence about Vic in public. Nothing would be legally bad for them. If they said, look, Vic, here's a photo of Vic doing X bad thing to Y person, that could in no way harm them unless it was false. There is no legal advantage, zero, to withholding evidence of wrongdoing as the defendant in a defamation suit about the plaintiff, right? There is no way that can hurt them. It is only good. It is only positive. Any lawyer who has told them otherwise is possibly gasping and definitely stupid. Because they want to also win the social victory. Because if they lose the social victory and win the legal victory, they effectively lose. So long as Vic sufficiently wins the social victory, the legal victory becomes operatively irrelevant. Right? Like, we understand this. This isn't some big conspiracy. This isn't a big brain move. This is just a simple factual scenario. If you sufficiently convince the public that you're in the right, the legal outcome won't matter. Sure, some people are going to say, look, the lawsuit didn't go the way, so I believe the victims. But the majority, if you win the social battle, will say, even though the lawsuit didn't go the way, I see the problems with how the system works, and I still believe that Vic is a good person. That's that. If there are more of those, more of column B than of column A, then you win. So there is no reason for Ron and Monica to withhold things that will sway people in column B into column A. Myself included. If you could prove any negative sexual encounters with Vic, you could put up anything even plausible. I've been begging for it for a year. Please, please, please. I don't want to be the guy supporting a sexual abuser. Show me anything. And they haven't done it. Oh, they haven't done it. That's terrible. How do you lose the social aspect so poorly? I can point you to things in the record, but I can't post anything that isn't in the record yet until this is over. Why not? I wish I could, but I can't. And trust me, I hate it. That's not true at all. Ron could certainly post all sorts of things that formulate his opinion about Vic. Where did the legal charges against Vic you claimed were coming in your conversation with the con owner, the name of the con escapes me at the moment, go? You or the person, I assume Monica or the twins, decided to not pursue anything? They never materialized and you used that information to threaten on behalf of your fiance, wife lined out, to break her contract, and the money you lauded over the con if they didn't break the contract with Vic seems very unethical and possibly illegal. We'll have to wait for the appeal and the suit, especially when those charges have never materialized. Of course they never materialized. They had no instant interest in them materializing. Cheryl Gnome says, that's a fact question. You're literally saying that this lawsuit should go to discovery and survive any sort of motion to dismiss like this. Are you out of your fucking mind? Yeah. And then Law Twitter's dumb says, you can post your receipts if you're oh so sure appeals will be in your favor. No, even if they're not in his favor, of course he could post his receipts. If you would have done this before Vic sued, you wouldn't be 300K in the hole. There's literally court record of you being one, way more proof than anything Vic has been accused of. Oh, that's an abuser. People lie in court like the sender of legal papers that nobody knows. Yes. I don't know what that's a reference to, but. And here are the tweets. Why did Monica go back to Vic's room after she claimed he sexually assaulted her? She didn't say she was forced. She just went back with him. Also, you did accuse Vic of sexual assault, which is a criminal statute for rape in Texas and a whole bunch of other states. It wasn't your opinion. Here, have some more receipts since you can't recall. It's not true, lol. You obviously don't know how sexual assault cases work. How many victims set up cameras just in case they get assaulted? There's consistency in each story shared for almost 20 years. It's called a pattern. He is guilty. You will see. You will see he is guilty sexual assault. There you go. There you go. Ron Toye says, they are not false. Sorry to say, I have 4 people very close to me who had a very similar experience with Vic. He assaulted them, and it's almost exactly the same as most of the stories you're reading online. It's a pattern he follows. Assault is a crime in Texas. On top of accusing him of a crime, you claim that you personally knew him, which you don't and never have, so that's a lie. Hey, Lisa, how well does Ron personally know Vic? If you care to comment. Not to put you on... That's rude of me. I'm sorry. Not to put you on the spot. Oh, I'm supposed to wait for that until a Ron post. I'm banking that sip. I know him personally, and I know of at least 4 assaults, and I have witnessed some of the obnoxious behavior toward con staff. I'm glad to see conventions canceled and the truth coming to light. I'm glad to see conventions canceled and the truth coming to light. There you go. Lisa says, almost not at all. Met once or twice. Prove you wanted him canceled, which you denied in your DMs to Nick. Thank you. Thank you. I better see him canceled from a few more of those or I won't be going back. Smiley face. Can't speak for anyone else, but I won't go. Smiley face. I mean, what more do you need? That's in a courtroom, but the people on trial for a major crime are still in jail. Till they are proven either innocent or guilty, they are not out free, able to hurt people. Run! That's the fucking opposite. No! You're innocent until proven guilty. In almost all cases, you have the ability to be out and free and able to hurt people. Because you can get in a car accident or drop a grape in a grocery store. But we are talking about a job. His conduct and assaults are enough for him to be banned. Claiming you have some kind of personal relationship with him, and glad to see conventions canceling him. I know him personally, know of at least 4 assaults. That's up above there. Same thing. So Ron responds to this. Him denying makes a fat question for a jury. You're getting warmer with that. The fact is, there was a kiss. You agree. Now it comes down to who is believed. Yes! Yes, Ron! That is a fact question! Oh my... God, I wish to God there were any way to introduce this into the Court of Appeals. I wish to God, Vishnu, Allah, Jehovah, pick one, I don't care, that there was some way to get this tweet in front of the fucking appeals court and say, even this asshole says it's a fact question that needs to go to jury. If it got that far, when you take into account 17 people who are willing to submit affidavits under the penalty of perjury plus the videos, we win. No, none of that is relevant to whether or not the kiss with Monica was consensual. None of that speaks to the kiss with Monica. It's literally the believability of Monica, the only other person in the room, versus Vic. And I'm not an odds maker, but if you put horse teeth liar in front of me and you put gay pants Mignogna in front of me, I will pick gay pants over horse face 10 times out of 10 on believability. And the scary thing for you idiots is that you know a Tarrant County jury will as well. There is no way the fact question of, was this a consensual kiss, goes before a jury. I shouldn't say there's no way. There's always a way with a jury, but I can't see how a jury goes, yeah, I believe this lady over Vic. Even if you're a firm believer in the patriarchy, you're going to pick Vic over Monica every day just because he's the man. And just because he's a rather handsome man and Monica is a rather shrill, nasty, weird looking lady. And they will see it. It'll be in front of them. I know you like the nudes, Ron, but everybody on the bench will be going, oh God, I hope she doesn't strip. Tamara Holloway, no. No, I had no idea. February 11th was the first time I had any idea what was going on. Okay. He had no shot. That's not true. He was on the right path until Nick convinced him to sue. You mean the path where he hired a lawyer to sue and she wasn't moving fast enough? That path? Okay. I am sure he wanted to, but knew better. Don't be so sure. Then Nick played into his ego and tugged his heart about talking about the fans. Yeah, that's what I did. You're right, Ron, of course. Knowing his plan was to weaponize his channel to have content. You're right, Ron. There's no other content out there. No other lawsuits on Earth exist other than Vic Lasagna. Nobody else in the meantime has sued anyone. You're right. What could I possibly do? What could I possibly cover other than Vic Mignogna? I've never even heard of a lawsuit before Vic existed. Not calculating the costs Vic would be saddled with when the lawsuit failed. Well, one, let's be very clear on this. It's not my job to calculate the costs of Vic's lawsuit. Never, ever was that my job. I'm not his lawyer. I don't know what the cost of his lawsuit would be. I'm not licensed to practice in Texas. None of those things. If Vic was suing someone in Minnesota, he could hire me to do it. And I would love, love, love to sue somebody in Minnesota on Vic's behalf. I just don't think there is anybody worth suing here. And he hasn't asked me to. But that being said, I can't calculate Vic's cost of lawsuit. I can't do it. No basis for it. Think about this. The owner of this website had a case go all the way to the Supreme Court, and he won. No, Ron. No case against Kiwi Farms has gone all the way to the Supreme Court. In fact, it's the opposite of that. They were denied cert, which means the Supreme Court expressly refused to hear it. Jesus Christ. The defendant, so Nick can't hide behind the fact he didn't know this lawsuit was doomed. That happened after Vic sued. You monkey. My opinions about the wisdom of Vic suing aside, because they're irrelevant. I'm not his lawyer. I never have been. Can't do it. Can't give him a legal opinion about the propriety of suing. Okay? Can't do it. That aside, though, the Mountain Jews suing Null is one, it happened after Vic had already sued. Two, is so very different from the facts of Vic's case that it's actually embarrassing to bring it up in the same sentence. Why on earth would that have anything to do with it? Alanon says, non-transferable says, I appreciate your enthusiasm in proving all these doubters wrong by getting verified. Hilarious. Absolutely. See, what Ron doesn't get here, Ron is very smart. Ron is very, very smart. But he didn't figure out that all the Kiwis screaming at him that he was a fake and a liar convinced him to get verified on an account that he'd had since January without being verified. Good job, Ron. You won that encounter too, buddy. Jesus. You had no reason to get verified. It is only in the Kiwis' interest that you get verified. And yet, here you are in the Kafka trap, admitting victory. Oh, look how wrong you were. Sure, buddy. Way wrong on that one. Thanks for proving that you're the idiot that you claim to be. Good job. All right, I'm reading one more Ron post and then I'm done for the night. Okay. A lot of Twitter's dumb says, sorry, court doesn't work by mob rule. You like to type a lot and say a lot of nothing. That's true. That's true. So here is Ron's response to Dead Fry. Look at this. Look at the fucking cowards out. This guy puts the tweets that Ron made. Now Ron is going to pretend that he wasn't talking about Vic. Here we go. Can you point to the ones that say his name or provide context? Context. No, no one can now. You deleted your tweets got yeeted off of Twitter. Also, since you have access, can you pull up the ones where I specifically stated that what he did was not rape or worthy of jail? If not, I can. No, you can't. No, you can't, you F-slur. You can't do it. Your Twitter account got shut down. You can't do it at all. Good job. Good job. Oh my God. What an embarrassing pile of trash. He can't do it. He knows. He knows he's in a corner on this. Let's be real. All right. We're gonna be done with Ron posting for tonight. We'll have to pick up on another night sometime soon. I don't know. I didn't realize how angry I was going to be at reading these. They are phenomenal trash. I was not prepared, and I apologize for being not prepared for the level of frustration. Okay, so mea culpa. Mea culpa. For all of his bluster about appeals, these people are terrified, absolutely terrified of what could happen. He knows if it comes back, he's toast. Not just legally, but socially toast. If any of the defamation, especially if it comes back against him or Monica or Jamie or any combination of the three, they are wrecked, out of existence. Vic doesn't have to win. Vic doesn't have to win. Vic needs to get past the pre-trial motion. And then they are wrecked out of existence. That's it. That's all it takes. They're terrified of that fact. And Ron knows it. I won't post receipts. Of course not. He knows what happens. He knows what happens. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read through the super chats and justice chats. Justice chats first, super chats next. It shouldn't take too long. And then I'm going to go fall over in bed. I've had a lot of Lagavulin, and, that's how it goes. You know me. Wait. You know him as Chengiz Khan. In a monotoned Ron voice. It says, I, Ron, can most definitely human. Hello, fellow human. Human emotions detected. Must respond. Loading response. 17-0, Nikki Squaw. Error. Ron.exe has stopped working. No! Siren Jag says, hey, Rackets, is Preston Poulter going to get this same rant about trying to stop other fans from being able to spend their money the way they want just because he's so thoroughly cucked? I will figure out how to do the Preston interview. I don't know yet. I'm pumped for it, though. Malik Foxon says, it's funny how he thinks you wouldn't get Super Chats or Streamlabs donations when clearly anytime you don't talk about the Vic case, you still get plenty. I guess he doesn't watch the show unless he knows it's about him or Monica or Lung Moini. No, he does. Of course not. And he shouldn't watch my show. Why would he? He's a degenerate. He's a degenerate and a scumbag and a wife abuser. I don't want scumbag wife abusers watching my show. Disgusting. Malik Foxon says, I Googled both definitions and they're very similar. Would you be able to present a situation where sexual assault and rape aren't interchangeable? Sometimes rape statutes in some states versus sexual assault statutes, rape involves genital to genital penetration, or genital to anal, or genital oral to oral penetration. Sometimes they specifically require penetrative acts in various states, and then sexual assault or sexual misconduct would not involve genital penetration, but maybe digital penetration, right? Something like that. That would be the distinction in some states. In Texas, they're not different. Okay. I noticed you keep mentioning Texas law specifically, but sexual assault isn't rape everywhere. I don't know, but I know in Texas it's not. And that's why I'm limiting it that way. TLJ Screwjob says, Nick, I genuinely want these accusers to willingly drink antifreeze of their own accord in Minecraft. Well, that's a brutal outcome. I don't encourage that behavior. Jose Vega, welcome to Lawyer Status. Thank you for joining the channel. I appreciate it. Some nobody, I read that one. Catastrophe says, Nick is a dog-faced pony soldier. How many push-ups can you do? Not enough these days, man. I was at a point, I used to be at a point where I could do about 50 to 60 in a row. Now, like 20, maybe, on a good day. I've been so lax in exercising since I got my heat allergy. Which is not a good excuse. It just is the reality. So, I'm not suggesting people pity me. I'm a lazy sack of shit. That's all that is. Some nobody says, do horses really even feel love, though? No. No, they do not. Isis Donich Dom says, the real brains is Shane. His settlement is shoes. That's true. It's true. Rogue says, doesn't matter how much they try. Ron and Monica will always look like absolute piles of trash for what they have done. Jamie's a fool for jumping in. You could have stopped at fool. Jamie's a fool. Period. What happened to your injections for allergies? I'm waiting on this month. I called and I'm waiting. But it's not a perfect solution still. Nothing is. Nothing is. Alex Bryden says, hey Nick, I took a screenshot of you laughing at Ron during one of your Ronversation streams and made a meme out of it. I think it's pretty funny. I'd love to send it to you if you're interested. Please do. Send it to me on Twitter. Send it to me in email. Whatever you want. Isis Donich Dumb says, can I get a Slowpoke Rodriguez for my second super? Yeah. Here we go. I'll just have to read that because I don't know what else you want me to say. Can I get a Slowpoke Rodriguez for my second super? Of course you can, my friend. Batgoat says, Nick got wrecked. Damn right. Rogue says, control. One of the filings did say that. Some nobody says, speaking of lines, you ever seen horse stretch marks? Yes. Show your second channel, though. Okay, guys, if you're here, check me out on Rekieta Media. That's where we do non-law related streams, but the streams are kind of not the main focus of the channel. I know it doesn't seem that way. I know, big ups, Liquid Richard or whatever. It's not supposed to be the main thing. It's just, it's a playground channel. Go check it out. But when streams aren't happening on here during the week, they'll be over there. It's just I don't have a legal topic to talk about or like a Ronversations type thing, right? An adjacent legal topic. If I just want to hang out and chat with you guys, that's over there. Often over video games or whatever. So that's Rekieta Media. Please check it out. Please subscribe if you're not subscribed already. I'm building up that channel. It's fun. And there is more also non-live stream content coming to that one. I'm working on a review of Streets of Rage, a review of Mother Russia Bleeds, and a review of Sekiro, although I'm not finished with it, along with some vocal essays about escapism. So all of that is coming to that channel. Thank you. If you want to go check it out, please subscribe to it. It'd be great. Rekieta Media. But yeah, it's a much different sort of format, and I'm still getting the feel of live streams over there. But the live streams over there are not the focus of the channel. They're really just hangouts. Hangouts with, I don't have the super chat rules over there or anything. You can donate $2, $10, $20. It doesn't matter. I read them all as they come in. It's a much different environment. It's more like Twitch. And that's the goal. That's the goal. There's not always a live stream to have over here. And if I don't have content for a live stream here, I don't want to just do one for no purpose, right? I don't want to do that. And if people want to disengage or have a night off or whatever, you know, they don't have to subscribe to the new channel. The new channel it's a playground. So come play if you want. If you don't, please don't. Please don't do that. I would never ask anyone to give me time if it's not what they want to do. So, and that's what I'm trying to do. Separate out the content to a place it's like you know what you're getting on each channel. Anyway, Rekieta Media, I'm rambling too long. Sorry, that's the Lagavulin. That's the Lagavulin talking. All right. Okay. Yes, I have seen horse stretch marks, to answer your question. Freighter J says, check Discord DM. I'm curious about the answer. I sent you something. I don't remember what it was. Onyx Steel says, Ron, this post is almost as fat as Monica. Sends. Good job. Good job. 200 Watt Studio says, Radar O'Reilly wants his wind-up bag phone back. Poor Ken Jennings, man. That guy's audio was trash. Yes, the D&D will be on the other channel. Absolutely. The D&D will be on the other channel. 200 Watt Studio. Wait, no. The Buzz CJC says, interview being conducted over 14.4K baud. Oh, God, I feel so bad for Ken. I really do. I've had to do call-ins from the car before, and they suck. They suck. Called into the Dick Show from the car because that was the only place I had internet. God, it sucks. 200 Watt Studio says, Ken Jennings, the master ASMR artist. Lol. Also says, Ken is parked in the front of the Amityville house. Get out! Get out! Matt Schrodinger says, Nick, be very, very quiet. We're analyzing Juan. Some nobody says, he could also just be some weirdo running from the FBI. That's true. Alex Britton says, you got it, Ron. I'm being grifted and forced into sending this. No! I totally didn't simply choose to send the super chat of my own free will, lol. Matt Schrodinger says, the Zashu line was a reference to Fate/Stay Knight's Gilgamesh. He is the shiniest golden bastard with wine reserved only for the greatest kings. Hey, speaking of which, speaking of the Twitch channel, this is off topic. I think I can do a watch party for Shield Hero. So look for that soon. I'm looking into how to do a Twitch watch party. You have to have Amazon Prime to participate in the watch party, but I think we can watch Rising of the Shield Hero together and chat about it while it's going. So I don't know if that's something that's interesting to you, but if it, you have to have Amazon Prime, I have to have Amazon Prime, which I do, and I have Twitch Let's Watch parties, and they have to be available on the watch parties, but I think the Prime catalog is available. So, is Lady going to watch as well? I really, really want her to, but I typically do Twitch streams way later than she's awake, so I'll have to talk to her about it. Okay, anyway, sorry, I got off track. So, Zashu line was a reference to Fate/Stay Knight's Gilgamesh. He is the shiniest golden bastard with wine reserved only for the greatest kings. CJ says, never. Would you do Ron to save Drex's life? No. Sorry, Drexel, you'll die. But I will rap and sea walk or whatever you need at your funeral. Whatever you need. Whatever makes me black enough to attend your funeral, I will do. But I will not have sex with Ron to save your life. You'll just die then. Callahan says, in Ron's voice, it's okay, Nicky Poo. You don't have to be gentle. Monica's trained me with bad dragons. Sorry for the noise in advance. Oh, God. No one important says, unsubscribing because this boomer is a zoomer. Damn. Rude. Sorry, buddy. Saniko says, thank you for being entertaining, as I just had my puppy die while I was holding her. Oh my God, no! Oh, buddy. Sorry for bringing this up, but your humor is helping me right now. Sorry for bringing this up. Have a good night. Oh, that sucks. I've been there. I've been there with you, buddy. That's why I don't want dogs. I hate when they die. Altira Mungara says, is it possible that Ron's Twitter was deliberately reported to take it down, thus deny evidence to Vic's legal team? No, I don't think so. Mostly because most of his tweets are archived already. And also because also because I think I know some people who reported the account. I think Ron did something, it must have been months ago, that was specifically bad. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Ken Jennings, just want to let you guys know, Ken sent me a message. He says he apologizes for the horrible audio. Turns out his microphone got a cut in the wires and it was contributing to the feedback. Gonna try picking up another microphone and set up better space. Says audio isn't telegraph quality. Thank you for having me. Look forward to coming back on to contribute to the conversation. Yeah, Ken, I don't hold you at fault for your audio. We didn't have any time to troubleshoot it off channel, and that's what we would normally do. Thank you for being a good sport about it, and we'll talk. But no, I don't think Ron intentionally had his Twitter reported. I think Ron made a boo-boo and said some hate speechy talky on Twitter, and he got yeeted for it because he made the rules. He's with the people who made the rules, and then he couldn't abide by them because the rules are ridiculous. But it also means that Ron's a racist, and I think we need to agree with that. Mr. Security says, I don't care about any of this Vic stuff, but I love watching your coverage. Hashtag Midwest Mafia, but South Dakota is better than Minnesota. No shutdown here. Listen, you bastard. I have a great story about having to drive to South Dakota in the middle of the worst fog I've ever been in to acquire a copy of Shadows of Lukeland. And I'm pretty sure they didn't even have it when I got there. So, I hate South Dakota. But I love it also because I drive really fast through it when I go to Texas. D says, in your opinion regarding Vic's lawsuit, what counts, if any, can be reversed in the Court of Appeals? Law Twitter insists that the 2AP cannot be admitted. I don't agree with them. Of course it can be admitted. It's up to the Court of Appeals to admit or deny anything. What differences are there between the first amended petition and the second? Quite a bit. Second amended petition is a much, much more thorough and much more concise realization of the claims. Now, I'm going to tell you something that no one else will tell you. No one else on earth will tell you this, especially the people involved. The second amended petition was written by Ty. Okay? And the first amended petition was written by someone else. And I think the first amended petition is a little bit lacking. I think it's better than the original petition a little bit, but it is lacking. Second amended petition was written by Ty. Okay? I think it's a better document. I think it's more concise. I think it's more lays out the facts of the case much better. Ty will never talk about that because he doesn't do that. But I will. Just a little bit. I will just a little bit say that much and nothing else. And because they're scared of that second amended petition for a reason. They're very scared of that second amended petition. They cannot have it in. If it goes in, they have real problems. What claims can go back? Can be reversed by the Court of Appeals? Literally all of them. All of them have a possibility. What do I think is likely? That's a different question. I think Markey's has a good chance of coming back because Judge Chupp seemed to be confused about Markey's statements being in the record. Judge Chupp flat out stated, these are questions of fact in Markey's story, and then was like, what tweets are in the record? Well, fucking that one that you just talked about is. So he biffed that one flat out the gate. Ron and Monica, I think their defamation claims come back or can come back. I think the tortious. Let me do this. Let's do it this way. The weakest claims are as follows. All of the tortious interference with prospective business relations claims are weak. It's just a fact issue. They're hard claims to prove. But they rely on the defamation. If the defamation comes back, they may come back. They may not. The court may decide that they don't. But they're just tough claims. TI with contracts against Jamie Markey and Funimation are hard to prove outside of the conspiracy. If the civil conspiracy comes in, everything is on the table. The civil conspiracy does not come in. Markey and Funimation on both TI claims are very, very difficult. And then the next weakest, although I think it's still possible, the defamation claims against Funimation are the weakest defamation claims. I don't think they're particularly weak. They're the weakest relative to the others. So if I go with what doesn't make it through, any of the TI with prospective business is on the chopping block. TI with contracts for Jamie Markey and Funimation are on the chopping block. And then defamation for Funimation is the next thing that is on the chopping block. And if that's the case, all of Funimation could be dismissed. That's a possibility. It really is. I hope it doesn't happen, but it is possible. And the real possibility is that everything is dismissed by the Court of Appeals because they just stick up with the judge. That's possible. That's not only possible, that's kind of the likely outcome. Now, does it mean that the appeals aren't worth taking? No. It just means that it's hard to win on appeal when you're the losing party. You're asking them to go against the lower court. It happens all the time, but rejections happen all the time. We have to be honest about all of this because, and I have to be like triply honest because for some reason people think that when I say what I want to happen or when I say what might happen, that means it definitely happens and therefore I lose everything. I'm always wrong, despite the fact that I'm not actually wrong that often. And that's not because I'm special. It's mostly because I just don't make definitive claims. I'm a lawyer, but people perceive it in that way. So, unfortunately, I get to deal with that. All right, that was a long super chat. No one important says, Monica, how dare you reject me? I'm me! Fading Shatton 1 says, Nick's mind control shield must be the reason. That's true. Colin Archer says, Nick, grow out your hair and style it into a pompadour. That would look effing slick. It'd be the tallest. It's already a tall pompadour if I do it. That'd be serious. Perception Check says, reminder, Ron's video with his ex-wife is now 3 days overdue. What are the odds he'll actually post it? Low. Terrible odds. Look, Ron was definitely not going to threaten that bitch into doing a video with him, because Ron would never do that. But she just hasn't. Look, they've been very busy, bro. How could they do a live stream together? Or how could they do a video in which the woman that he beat says, I fell, over and over again? That'll be great. Can't wait. Nothing I would want more than that. Why? Ron, out of all the things on earth you can offer, let's think about this. Ron can do anything in the world. And Ron says this: I'm going to make a woman that I beat relive the beating for the internet. Just take a pause and process the glory of that shit. Ron, with all options in front of him, anything on earth. You want to go buy a hooker? Okay. You want to go drive a Tesla? Okay. You want to go skydiving, hang gliding, bungee jumping, roller skating, go to an arcade, sit at home and do nothing. Hang out with your current fiance. Brush her giant horse teeth. Rehoof Monica. You can do literally anything on earth. And his choice is, listen, ex-wife who I beat, I want you to come onto a show, a YouTube video, to tell the world not only that I beat you, but that now you love me and think I'm great. That's your choice. You could just make SpaghettiOs. You could just eat Campbell's without diluting it with water. Do anything on earth other than tell your beaten ex-wife to relive the beating for internet autism purposes. What the fuck? What are you thinking? Think about, this is the abuse I'm talking about. This is his go-to. Well, I'll just get her on the screen and she'll tell you. Holy Christ. Mike Testa says, when's that Ace Attorney final case plus bonus? Hopefully never. God, I hate it. No, I can't do it. Mr. Security says, you have a heat allergy. Seems kind of gay. I agree. I wish I didn't. I hate it. I ran a marathon. I ran 4 days a week. I was doing 6 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles, 6 miles. That was my run schedule. 4 days every week for months. And then the next year, I went out for a run and I had a heat allergy. I ran all 36.2 miles of the marathon. My time was about 4 hours and 19 minutes. Just missed 4:20. 4 hours, 19 minutes. Not a great time. It's not great at all. But considering I've never in my life run a marathon and I trained for it for 8 months, I think it was pretty good. Pretty good time. But and it was the time my buddy and I estimated we would complete it. Actually, were we under 4:19? Now I don't remember. I'll have to go back and look. Either way, I worked really damn hard on that. I stuck to an abusive running schedule. I worked through knee injuries. I worked through toe and ankle injuries to do it. I was really proud of that. It was hard work. And to do it for the first time ever at 34, was it 34, 35? Either way, it was a pretty big accomplishment for me. And then the next year, I went out to run just to do a half. I was going to do a half marathon. I went out for my first day of training and I had a heat allergy. It sucks, man. God, I hate it. I hate it. I liked working out and now I hate it. So. Next, Alice James says, I'm in awe of the sheer stupidity of Ron Soye. Me too. Me too. And I Love Adblock says, fight Ron in Knoxville. You want me to fight him? What will we do? Will we do MMA? Will we do like grappling? Does Ron know how to fight anybody? I'm not saying I'm great, but I've done a lot of varied martial arts. I know how to actually grapple in MMA. And if we were going to actually fight, I would train like crazy for it. Heat or no heat, I don't care. I also think I outweigh him, but maybe not. It's a mess. Onyx Steel says, if you like Let's Plays, check out the Dream Dominion on BitChute. We'll probably be posting D&D stories in session soon too. Currently playing Nier Automata. Next up will be Horizon Zero Dawn. So there you guys go. You can check out the Dream Dominion, all one word, the Dream Dominion, on BitChute if you like Let's Plays. I've been watching Strat Edgy Productions. That guy's really, really good. Even though I think I disagree with him on some political stuff. Some, maybe not all. He's funny. He's insightful. He's got a lot of a lot of wisdom for game creation, and I just like his content. He's really good. Go check him out. I'd have to stop drinking. That's fine. Guys, I drink for the show. I don't care. Training? No drinking? Sure. If I'm gonna punch someone, yeah, I'll get rid of that in a minute. No problem. Mike Testa says, but if you finish the game, right, also play 2. Oh, Jesus. Hold on. Hey, what's up? Okay. Guys, 1 second. Be right back. Woo! Okay, sorry about that. There we go. Had to deal with a little one with all sorts of with a bathroom. Okay, anyway, Mike Tessa says, but you are finishing the game, right? Also play 2. Do you mean I'm finishing Ace Attorney? God, I hope not. I don't know, man. I do not. It's the opposite of game I like to play. It's the opposite of game that I like to play. I do not like narrative visual novels. I don't ever want to play them. So, anyway. Please don't. It really killed your soul last time. I felt it all the way over here in India. Yeah, and I heard that case is way longer than even the last case, which is way too long. Oh my God. We like it? Well, I'll consider it. But I'm not keen on the idea. All right, guys. That's what we've got. That's the show. I hope you enjoyed it. Sorry there was some weird tech issues with Mr. Jennings. We'll have him back at some point with less tech issues, hopefully. And sorry that the Kiwi Farms part is clunky because I don't have an account, and I will not make a Kiwi Farms account until at least the Vic lawsuit is finished. And if you don't understand why, then I'm not going to explain it, but I will not have a Kiwi Farms account until at least then. And I don't know if I'll ever join. It's not, people on the Kiwi Farms are supposed to laugh at me. I don't know if I'm supposed to laugh with them. So, I don't want to crash the party. That's not the purpose. Batgoat says, we will pay like simps for you to finish the game. Well, that is always helpful, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, guys. Thanks for joining me tonight. I will not be on Twitch tonight. Ron has made me drink too much Lagavulin. He forced me to do it. He forced me to drink. And then he took advantage of me. Ron has forced me to drink too much Lagavulin for that. Tomorrow, Drexel will be joining me. I'm not sure what the stream will be. Either tomorrow or Friday, I believe. Preston will be joining me and Drexel to talk about that fetish life. And Preston's past fetishes. I don't know anything about his current stuff, but he was certainly into or involved in female domination, cuckoldry, pegging, and all sorts of other stuff. And it could be a very interesting sort of chat to have. It's the opposite perspective of Drexel. And then there's me over here who's like, why don't we just use this for children? So it's going to be a mess. Will Midgets V involved? I don't know. I don't know what he's into. I don't know what he's into now. But you know, if that's up your alley, come check it out. Watch for announcements on Twitter or the community page. If Drexel and I are going to do a stream on Rekieta Media channel playing video games, they will be announced on the community page for Rekieta Law as well as on Twitter. So those are the best ways to get those sort of updates. Or the super bestest, ultimatest way is to subscribe to Rekieta Media, hit the bell notification, because that channel actually sends out notifications still, because it doesn't hate me like this one does. Anyway, thanks guys. Hope you guys have a good night. Mike Test says, get Drexel to do Ace Attorney 2. NBA is Von Karma. Drexel, I can't imagine someone who hates visual novels more than me, but if there is, Drexel's one of them. All right, guys. Thanks. We'll talk to you later. And we will finish these Ronversations at some point. Have a good night. Peace. Peace. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What is this? Here comes that outro. Now I'm gonna blank the screen. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more a Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed, so pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law